Kalau ujian lagi. Oh, dan
Saya bangga.
Saya bangga.
Saya bangga. Saya bangga. Saya bangga.
Saya bangga.
Saya bangga.
Saya bangga. Saya bangga. Saya bangga.
Saya bangga. Saya bangga. Saya bangga.
Universitas Jember merupakan perguruan tinggi terkemuka di Indonesia yang bertempat di Kabupaten Jember, Jawa Timur. Universitas Jember berdiri pada 10 November 1964 yang memiliki moto Karya Rinaras Ambuka Budi Gapura Mangesti Arumi Bawono dan telah terakreditasi unggul dan menjadi peringkat 22 nasional. Universitas Jember saat ini memiliki 15 fakultas, 105 program studi, 1.222 dosen, 1.388 staf, dan 41.217 mahasiswa. Salah satu fakultas yang ada di Universitas Jember yaitu Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan atau sering kita sebut FKIP. FKIP sendiri memiliki 16 program studi yang terdiri dari strata 1, strata 2, dan strata 3. Salah satu program studi di FKIP yaitu Pendidikan Luar Sekolah. Program studi pendidikan luar sekolah merupakan pendidikan yang dirancang untuk membelajarkan warga belajar agar memiliki jenis keterampilan dan pengetahuan serta pengalaman yang dilaksanakan di luar jalur pendidikan formal.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di program studi pendidikan luar sekolah FKIP Universitas Jember yang memiliki visi keilmuan yakni pada tahun 2025 menjadi program studi yang unggul dalam menghasilkan pendidik dan pengelola di bidang pendidikan masyarakat yang memiliki kemampuan dalam menghasilkan masyarakat gemar belajar, tentunya yang berwawasan sains, lingkungan, dan pertanian industrial.
Sedangkan misi program studi pendidikan luar sekolah yaitu menyelenggarakan dan mengembangkan pendidikan guna menyiapkan tenaga pendidik masyarakat secara profesional, berkualitas, dan berdaya saing tinggi. Menyelenggarakan dan mengembangkan teori dan model pembelajaran pendidikan luar sekolah melalui penelitian ilmiah. Melakukan pengabdian kepada masyarakat sebagai bentuk implementasi kegiatan pembelajaran dan penelitian secara berkelanjutan. Menjalin, membina, dan mengembangkan jaringan kerjasama dengan lembaga lain baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri.
Sesuai dengan visi keilmuan, maka profil lulusan program studi pendidikan luar sekolah FKIP Universitas Jember yang pertama adalah sebagai seorang pendidik, yakni yang mampu mendidik dalam penyelenggaraan pendidikan dan pengembangan masyarakat. Yang kedua adalah sebagai pengelola, yakni mampu menjadikan pengelolaan di dalam program pendidikan serta pengembangan masyarakat yang berorientasi bisnis dan kewirausahaan. Adapun kurikulum yang mendukung tercapainya profil lulusan tentunya tidak terlepas dari yang pertama adalah pendidikan orang dewasa, pendidikan kewirausahaan sosial, manajemen pendidikan luar sekolah, serta banyak juga yang lainnya. Dalam kurikulum juga tercantum 4 konsentrasi yang ada di dalam program studi pendidikan luar sekolah FKIP Universitas Jember. Yang pertama adalah PAUD. Yang dimaksud PAUD di sini adalah PAUD non formal, yakni lingkup TPA serta KB. Dan yang kedua adalah pelatihan. Yang ketiga adalah kesetaraan dan keaksaraan. Serta yang terakhir adalah pemberdayaan masyarakat. Dalam pelaksanaan pembelajaran, mahasiswa disuguhkan dengan 2
Andragogy and Development serta Training and Development. Itu dia profil pendidikan luar sekolah Universitas Jember. Ayo
adalah pahlawan tanpa tanda jasa. Tak hanya mencetak lulusan yang memiliki kemampuan mengajar profesional, program studi PGSD FKIP Universitas Jember memiliki visi dalam mencetak lulusan yang memiliki potensi yang lebih luas. Mencetak sarjana PGSD yang unggul dalam saintek dan berwawasan lingkungan, serta berlandaskan kearifan lokal.
Visi program studi PGSD FKIP Universitas Jember yaitu menjadi program studi yang unggul dan inovatif dalam keilmuan pendidikan guru sekolah dasar di bidang saintek yang berwawasan lingkungan serta berlandaskan kearifan lokal. Adapun misi dari program studi PGSD FKIP Universitas Jember yang pertama, menyelenggarakan pendidikan untuk menyiapkan lulusan dengan kompetensi keilmuan pendidikan guru sekolah dasar di bidang saintek yang berwawasan lingkungan serta berdasarkan kearifan lokal. 2. Melaksanakan penelitian dalam keilmuan pendidikan guru sekolah dasar di bidang saintek yang berwawasan lingkungan dan berlandaskan kearifan lokal serta bereputasi nasional dan internasional. Yang ketiga, melaksanakan pengabdian kepada masyarakat sesuai keilmuan pendidikan guru sekolah dasar di bidang saintek yang berwawasan lingkungan serta berlandaskan kearifan lokal. Yang terakhir, mengembangkan jaringan kerjasama dengan stakeholder baik dari dalam maupun dari luar negeri.
Dengan bekal pengetahuan, keterampilan, kreativitas, dan wawasan berbasis saintek serta kearifan lokal, lulusan PGSD FKIP Universitas Jember mampu menciptakan inovasi dalam pendidikan dasar yang berdampak positif bagi masyarakat dan lingkungan. Program studi PGSD FKIP Universitas Jember dilengkapi dengan berbagai fasilitas yang dirancang untuk mendukung pengembangan kompetensi mahasiswa. Dengan adanya kolaborasi ini, PGSD mencetak lulusan yang unggul, inovatif, dan berdaya saing tinggi. Tidak hanya menguasai saintek, tetapi juga memiliki wawasan lingkungan dan menjunjung tinggi kearifan lokal. Bersama PGSD, menjadi pendidik yang dapat membangun masa depan cerah dan berkelanjutan bagi bangsa.
Halo Sobat UNEJ, selamat datang di Universitas Jember. Universitas Jember, Kampus Tegal Boto terletak di Jalan Kalimantan nomor 37, Kabupaten Jember. Universitas Jember terdiri dari 15 fakultas. dan salah satunya adalah Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan. Salah satu program studi yang ada di FKIP UNEJ adalah program studi Pendidikan Guru Pendidikan Anak Usia Dini.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Kami Prodi PG PAUD FKIP Universitas Jember memiliki visi pada tahun 2030 menjadi program studi yang unggul di dalam mengembangkan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan seni di bidang pendidikan anak usia dini yang berkualitas, berdaya saing, dan humanis dengan kearifan untuk mendayagunakan potensi lingkungan dan sosial budaya masyarakat pertanian industrial.
Program studi PG PAUD hadir untuk membantu pendidikan anak usia dini menjadi lebih baik dan berkualitas. PG PAUD UNEJ juga hadir untuk memberikan ilmu yang berkembang sesuai zamannya kepada mahasiswanya. Pembelajaran yang bersifat project-based learning dan problem solving diberikan kepada mahasiswa dengan didampingi dosen-dosen yang profesional sesuai dengan bidangnya. PG PAUD Universitas Jember menerapkan kurikulum OBE atau Kurikulum Outcome Based Education, yaitu sistem pendidikan yang menekankan kepada apa yang dapat mahasiswa lakukan dengan baik di akhir perkuliahan. Pendidikan guru pendidikan anak usia dini memiliki berbagai inovasi dalam proses pembelajaran. Salah satunya adalah dengan didirikannya Lab School PAUD yang terdiri dari TK Dharma Indriya 1 dan TK Dharma Indriya 2 yang berada di bawah naungan FKIP Universitas Jember. Kedua TK ini menjadi salah satu partner PG PAUD dalam memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa belajar secara langsung serta mengaplikasikan ilmunya secara langsung di lembaga PAUD. PG PAUD juga memiliki duta PAUD yang mana mereka memberikan pelayanan dan edukasi baik kepada sesama mahasiswa, anak-anak usia dini, dan juga masyarakat, terutama kepada orang tua anak. Program studi PG PAUD memberikan dukungan fasilitas kepada mahasiswanya dalam proses pembelajaran yang berlangsung. Fasilitas yang disediakan baik berupa ruang kelas yang ber-AC dan memiliki proyektor di dalamnya yang memudahkan mahasiswa dalam melakukan pembelajaran. Lab PAUD yang terdiri dari ruang micro teaching, serta ruang baca yang dilengkapi buku-buku juga membantu memudahkan mahasiswa dalam mencari materi pembelajaran. UMC sebagai pusat kesehatan universitas. Lapangan olahraga, masjid, taman, dan parking area, serta fasilitas fisik sebagai penunjang mahasiswa dalam pembelajaran. PG PAUD juga memiliki platform digital dalam membantu mahasiswanya, mulai dari sister, website, YouTube, dan Instagram. Himpunan program studi PG PAUD menjadi salah satu wadah bagi mahasiswa untuk mengembangkan kemampuan organisasi. HMP Golden Age hadir untuk menjadi ruang dan wadah bagi mahasiswa untuk menyalurkan bakat dan minatnya, dengan dibentuk klub olahraga yang terdiri dari basket, futsal, badminton, dan voli. Dan ada juga klub tari yang terdiri dari tari modern. Tari tradisional, klub kepautan, dan klub public speaking. Universitas Jember dalam mewujudkan program studi PAUD yang berkualitas menempatkan dosen-dosen sesuai dengan keahliannya. Hal tersebut membantu para mahasiswanya dalam menempuh ilmu sebaik mungkin sampai dengan meraih juara dalam ajang lomba-lomba yang diikuti. Karenanya, mari memperbaiki pendidikan Indonesia melalui pendidikan anak usia dini yang lebih baik dengan bergabung bersama kami di Program Studi Pendidikan Guru Pendidikan Anak Usia Dini Universitas Jember.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Nur Hasan, Kepala Desa Kulon, dan juga atas nama seluruh masyarakat Desa Kulon mengucapkan terima kasih dan apresiasi yang sebesar-besarnya kepada tim pelaksana pengabdian program kemitraan masyarakat yang disingkat dengan PKM dari Universitas Jember atas terselenggaranya kegiatan Iko di Inek. Program ini sangat bermanfaat bagi para pelaku UMKM di desa kami yang mayoritas masih menggunakan cara-cara konvensional dalam memasarkan produknya. Adanya pelatihan ini telah membuka wawasan baru bagi mereka mengenai pentingnya literasi digital, khususnya dalam bidang pemasaran elektronik atau e-commerce. Kesan yang kami dapat dari kegiatan ini sangat positif. Kegiatan ini tidak hanya mengajarkan keterampilan teknis mengenai cara mengisi dan memanfaatkan website Eko Digimek, tetapi juga memberikan edukasi mendalam mengenai konsep pemasaran digital secara keseluruhan. Manfaat lain yang dirasakan langsung oleh para pelaku UMKM di Desa Kulon setelah adanya kegiatan Eko Digimek ini adalah para pelaku UMKM kami kini memiliki kesempatan untuk memperkenalkan produk mereka ke pasar yang lebih besar dan beragam, bahkan menjangkau konsumen global. Sekali lagi, terima kasih kepada tim PKM Universitas Jember. Semoga kerjasama ini membawa manfaat berkelanjutan bagi kita semua. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go.
Community Education Study Program, Elementary Teacher Education Study Program, Early Childhood Teacher Education Study Program, Elementary Education Study Program, Department of Education, Faculty of Education, University of Jember. Present, the second International Conference on Neuroscience and Learning Technology, Iconsatin 2025.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May peace be upon us all. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, greeting of virtue. Highest respect and warmest welcome to the Honorable Rector, University of Jember. The Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Education, University of Jember. The Honorable Head of the Department of Education, University of Jember. Our distinguished keynote speakers, our esteemed invited speakers, our respected moderators, and all honorable participants of Iconsatin 2025. Welcome to the International Conference on Neuroscience and Learning Technology, Iconsatin 2025, by Department of Education, University of Jember. This year's theme is Sustainable Development Goals and Education, exploring the interconnection between science, technology, and learning society. My name is Nova Sufiatamida. I'm honored to serve as your Master of Ceremony for today's and tomorrow's event. To begin our ceremony, let us honor our nation by singing Indonesia Raya, followed immediately by the hymn of the University of Jember. Ladies and gentlemen, please respectfully get ready to sing. Thank you. We will proceed with the prayers, which will be delivered by Mr. Ofri Somanedo, MPD. Mister, the screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment, pray to God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, so that our international conference can be precious to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and those who are not Muslim, you are pleased to pray according to each of your belief. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid dini wa fiatan fid dini jasadi wa ziyadatan fil ilmi tan fil rizki wa taubatan qablal maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa rahmatan ba'dal maut. Saturday, September 27, 2025, this beautiful place, gather here to bring about the second international conference, Neuroscience and Learning Technology, Iconsatin. Make this international conference as a useful science assembly, as a medium of sharing useful ideas and experience of scholars, researchers, and students of various disciplines. The conference is to share ideas, lead us to be successful, productive person, which in turn will boost the nation. Allah, God and bless our God and in your deeds. So God is the help us to speak and clearly, help us to listen each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we are into the best person. Allah, protect us from hidden temptation, show us the right path, and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things. Show us and make it clear the bad things and give us knowledge and strength to avoid them. Oh Allah, you are the one who sana wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina adzabannar. Subhanaka rabbika rabbil izzati amma wa amma yasifun. Wassalamu ala mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. First, we respectfully invite the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Education, University of Jember, to deliver a speech. We warmly welcome Mr. Nuriman, PhD. Mr., the screen is yours.
Thank you. First, I would like to ask you, Nova, could you hear my voice?
Okay. Yes.
Can you hear my voice? It is clear?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
First of all, I would like to thank to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who has always bestowed blessing to all of us today. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Bapak Rektor, Bapak Dr. Iwan Taruna M. Engineering, thank you very much for joining us today. The Honorable Associate Professor Hua Hua Chan PhD from National Dongwa University, Thailand, and the keynote speakers today, the Honorable Professor Dr. Nura Zilawati binti Abdullah from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia. And of course, distinguished guests, respected speakers, colleagues, and friends. On behalf of the Faculty of Education, it is my pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to the International Conference Iconsatin 2025. We are truly delighted to host such a diverse gathering of all experts, especially for researchers, educators, and also practitioners, teacher and student, and also maybe expert from across the globe today. In this conference, I did bring together a lot of brilliant minds, ideas from diverse fields, and also culture and perspectives with a shared purpose to exchange knowledge, foster possible collaboration that we hope, and maybe explore some innovative solution to the challenge of our time. Your presence today in this Iconsatin conference is a testament for us to the importance international cooperation for the future and the power of collective wisdom. This international conference, I think we have a topic on conference on neuroscience and learning technology. And today's topic is sustainable development goal and education, exploring the interconnection between science, technology, and learning society. I think this is the umpteenth time, because the previous years already being conducted for the Faculty of Education, especially for the Department of Educational Science, held a conference in ongoing topic. The impact of this program is very clear, and it is very supportive in our academic development. Over the next 2 days, I think you will engage in stimulating discussion, share groundbreaking research, I think, and maybe build meaningful connection between us from one to another university, or one institution to another, one country to another, maybe, and that we hope will extend far beyond this conference. We encourage not only to learn from one another, but also to take this opportunity to collaborate, to question, to inspire. Finally, I would like to say, enjoy this conference. Thank you very much for you joining today. I'm sure all of you have spent your valuable time to be here, and thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we respectfully to invite the Rector of the University of Jember to deliver the opening remarks. May we kindly welcome Dr. Insinyur Iwan Taruna, M.Eng, IPM ASEAN Engineering. Mr. The screen is yours.
All right. Thank you for your time. Is my voice okay? Can you listen my voice so far?
Yes,
Yes.
yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished guests, respected invited speakers, education practitioners, esteemed colleges, UNED leaders, lecturers, students who are attending this forum, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very
Waalaikumsalam.
good morning and very warm welcome to all of you in University of Jember. On behalf of the University of Jember, I think this morning is great pleasure and honor for me to give a brief speech and open for the second International Conference on Neuroscience and Learning Technology. We call it Iconsatin 2025, that held by the Faculty of Education, University of Jember. Of course, maybe in collaboration with several foreign universities. In the beginning of my speech, as has been done by the Vice Dean one also, allow me please to invite you all to be grateful to the God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us friends. All right, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, this short term sustainable development goals and education learning society, in my opinions, reflect our collective commitment to bridging disciplinary boundaries. We know that we live on era where education must not only impart knowledge, but also cultivate critical thinking, adaptability, and social responsibility. I think by integrating neuroscience, learning technology, and sustainability principle, we seek to understand how learning can become more inclusive, transformative, and impactful for society. I believe that this conference, more inclusive, transformative, and as what we call it, health simultaneously will create a platform where knowledge meet practice, where local challenge meet global insight, and where collaboration transcend boundaries. Accordingly, I would like to extend a special welcome and appreciation to all invited speakers who are willing to share their expertise and experiences in this conference. In my note, I will mention one by one. Yeah, they are Honorable Professor Nora Zilawati binti Abdullah from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris Malaysia, Dr. John Mason. I hope I'm not wrong. From Charles Darwin University Australia, Associate Professor Hui Hua Chen, PhD from National Country. There are two invited speakers. The first is Professor Dr. Igede Margunayasa from the, we call it Undiksa in Indonesia, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. And the other one is actually our Vice Dean, Dr. Anis Nuriman, PhD from the University of Jember. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all organizing committee too, that chairs by the Ibu, I don't know, this is Ibu or Bapak, Ibu Rizky Putri Wardani MPD. And then, of course, this is supported by the Dean, Bapak Dr. Naib. And I would like to thanks to all participants also from across, the countries who have joined this event, either on site or virtually. I know this is a hybrid conference, so I think your presence here is a testament to the commitment we all share in improving the education in Indonesia, or also in for the community worldwide. I hope that in 2025 will not only provide an academic platform for exchanging ideas, but also foster lasting collaboration and network that transcend border. Together, let us reimagine education as a driving force for sustainability, equity, and human progress. With that, and starting with Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby declare the second international conference on neuroscience and learning technology 2025 officially open. Thank you. I wish you all a fruitful and successful conference. We apologize there should be any inconvenience during this conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Mr. Iwan Taruna. Ladies and gentlemen, afterward, we will have an officially photo session. We kindly ask all participants to turn on your cameras. Okay, for the first shoot, please get ready. I will count down. 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay. For the second shoot, please get ready. 3, 2, 1. Okay. The last one. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Iwan Taruna. You are now kindly excused to continue your activity. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the keynote and invite speaker session. It's my honor to invite our moderators, Mrs. Lutfah Naili Faradisa, to kindly lead the session and introduce our first invited speakers. Associate Professor Hua Hua Sen, PhD, from National Donghua University, Taiwan. Madam Moderator, the screen is yours.
Hello. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's an honor to have opportunity to share with you about early childhood education in Taiwan. And I appreciate these wonderful opportunities. So let me try to share my PPT first. Okay.
Good morning, Professor Chen.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Okay.
First of all, I would like to welcome you in our international conference. Thank you very much for your time and insightful knowledge we will have for today's session. Okay. First of all, let me introduce you first to our audience. Okay. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to introduce our first keynote speaker, Associate Professor Hui Hua Chen. She is currently serving in the Department of Early Childhood Education at Hua Shis College of Education, National Donghua University, Taiwan. Her expertise covers child assessment, classroom management, and the design of children's activities. Her research interests focus on cross-cultural parent-child relationship and attachment theory, particularly exploring how cultural context shapes children's early development experiences. Professor Chen has published numerous works in reputable international journals, such as the Journal of Experimental Education, Journal of Family Studies, and Early Child Development and Care. She is also actively presented her research in international conferences held in Seoul, Seattle, Montreal, and Las Vegas. So today,
Professor Chen will be delivering her presentation on a highly significant theme, early childhood education and care curriculum framework. Professor Chen, we are very much looking forward to your presentation, and you will have 45 minutes to deliver your talk, and then we will proceed with 10 minutes of discussion and Q&A. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor He Hua Chen.
Thank you so much. First, I would like to share my screen first. So, is this good?
Yes, we can see your screen clearly.
Okay. I'm from National Donghua University, Department of Early Childhood Education, Taiwan. Does everyone visit Taiwan? I hope you can visit Taiwan in the future. Okay, and then this is the shape of Taiwan. And our campus is near here. So today, my topic is early childhood education care curriculum framework in Taiwan. And first of all, I'd like to introduce the following document. Content is from our Minister of Education, and it's according to the aid from the government. So this curriculum is admitted by May 22nd, 2013. And the Article 11 shows the implementation of preschool education service should be in close cooperation with the family and the community in order to achieve the following objective. So we focus on the family and community. So we have the 9 major goals from Taiwan's preschool curriculum guidelines as outlined by the Minister of Education. The first one is to ensure the physical and mental health of children. The second one is to promote the development of positive daily living habits in children. The third one is to enrich children's daily experience. The fourth is to strengthen children's moral development and to foster cooperative behavior in children, and then to enhance children's creative thinking and to support the development of positive cultural identity in children. Then the other one is to inspire children to care for the environment. This is the 9 major goals from our government. So first of all, I would like to talk about the general principle of the educator activity curriculum outline. So according to the concept of early child development, we focus on child-centered, free play, society constructiveness view. And curriculum development trend in the world emphasize the importance of the social culture and accept the differences in social cultural contexts. And participation is the contents of individuals who have shared authority in construction with each other in cause. So we have 6 learning domains in early childhood education. The first one is a healthy and physical development, focus on promoting physical fitness, motor skills, and healthy living habits. And then learning development, enhanced listening, speaking, reading, and writing ability through meaningful communications. So we think the communication ability is very important. And then the cognitive development encourage thinking, reasoning, problem solving, and understanding a basic concept. And then the other one is a social development builds interpersonal skills, cooperation, responsibility, and understanding of social norms. And the fifth one is emotional development, support self-awareness, emotional regulation, and the ability to express and understand feelings. And this year, our government is focused on social emotional learning. And six, aesthetic and creative development, cultural appreciation for beauty, imagination, and creative expression through art, music, and play. And above these six are our learning domains in early childhood education. So our curriculum guideline there is a framework for the purpose for the over goals and regulations. And this is the sixth domain I just mentioned. And every domain have a field goal, course object, and age learning index. So these six core components is awareness identifications, presentation and communication, caring, cooperation, reasoning, appreciation, imagination, and create, and self-management. And I'd like to talk more about the six core competency for young children. The first one, awareness and recognition development. Self-awareness, understanding others, and recognizing emotions, needs, and surroundings. This is a very important competency for our children. And then the second one is expression and communication, creativity, the ability to express thoughts, feelings, and ideas clear through verbal and non-verbal means. And then the third one is care and cooperation, encourage empathy, respect, and cooperative behavior in group setting and relationship. And then the fourth one is reasoning and appreciation, building logical thinking, problem-solving skills, and then ability to appreciate diverse perspective and values. So the fifth one is imagination and creativity, simulation, curiosity, invention, thinking, and the ability to explore and creative through play and explanations. And then the sixth competency is self-management, supporting the development of authority, responsibility, and the ability to regulate emotions and behavior. So this six is our competency for children. So later I will show you some video what we do in our early childhood education. So we call there is a film video that made from our government, and it's called Normalization of Preschool Teaching in Taiwan. And I try to display, hope it works. And by the way, we have the translation in Indonesia, so you can, everyone can see.
No, we're still in your screen.
Okay. Let me try. Sorry, I'm not very familiar with Zoom, but maybe may I put the link so anyone can help me to display the video from the link.
Yes, the committee will help to display the video.
Thank you so much.
很多孩子他们不认为这个是一个工作，他们认为他们都在玩。那透过玩的这个历程呢，慢慢的引发他们的学习兴趣，享受在自己的一个发展的一个成就里头。在这里面，他们就学习了一种能力，就是他做任何事情，他可以主动探索，他会去计划，然后他会去行动，他会检讨。
那其实这样的一个方式是孩子学习思考与表达最佳的途径。
同整教学以实际的游戏情境，让幼儿在实作中整合认知、语文、身体动作与健康、社会、情绪与美感等各领域经验，培养出带得走的能力。传统幼儿教育
Professor Chen, we're sorry having trouble. Would you please stop sharing your screen first so we can share the video smoothly?
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry about. It's okay.
这样的特性，让他们在游戏中一边玩一边培养思考与问题解决的能力。主题、方案及角落是同整教学常见的模式。
主题同整教学在探究的过程呢，我们是跟孩子一起安排活动，同时也会提供孩子非常多的丰富的生活经验。
小朋友刚开学的时候，在那个角落，然后在扮演区，他们刚开始在玩的时候，发现说，扮演区里面可以再增加一些东西，他们会觉得比较好玩。那我们就经过讨论，然后就问他们说，那你们觉得要增加哪些东西，让那个扮演区变得更好玩？他们说可以放一些玩偶啊、洋娃娃之类的东西。那就有小朋友提出建议说，这个洋娃娃可以 帮他们盖一个洋娃娃的家。那我们就提出来讨论说，那洋娃娃的家要盖在哪里？那小朋友开始有了共同的话题以后，他们就开始在积木区建构了洋娃娃的家。那在积木区呢，洋娃娃的家要怎么盖、怎么搭建、怎么建构呢？就由积木区的小朋友他们负责去策划这样。那有了洋娃娃的家以后呢，就有小朋友提出来说，可是我们洋娃娃有时候要出去呀。好啊，那我们就在益智区盖一个高铁站，如何？这样子。哎，对了，很好哇！你看，洋娃娃坐车，哎，他们走高速公路。
幼儿们将自己学到的经验加以应用，发挥自己的特质，有的做道具，有的编故事，还有做出小小邀请卡，请同学一起来参观。统整教学激发出孩子的能力，大家一起合作，完成了一出可爱又有趣的布偶戏。
表演的是洋娃娃冒险记，掌声鼓励鼓励。花花说：“好累啊，好想睡觉哦。”宝宝的哥哥来了。花花是女生，不能跟我们一起睡觉。我常常都是跟威廉哥哥睡觉的。
虽然教学的方式有所不同，但是每个方法都能将统整教学的概念发挥，在过程中强化孩子在认知、社会、动作技能各方面能力的发展。
其实小朋友对陀螺有很多问题想要探究，比如说陀螺怎么去转动啦，然后他们看到有些陀螺它有些翅膀，那它的翅膀如果断了一边的时候，是会影响到陀螺的转动，还有陀螺到底怎么样才能够转得又快又好，这些都是他们想要去探究的一些问题。
老师先介绍幼儿传统陀螺的玩法，接着孩子们就像小小科学家一般，一面研究陀螺旋转的特征，一面透过观察、假设、计划、实验、修正等历程，研发出转得很厉害的陀螺，无形中也培养了用科学方式学习新事物的能力。
其实，在孩子这个探究的历程中间，孩子们是非常主动的，是非常积极的，是对他自己所学习的东西是非常有兴趣的。他一直保有这种好奇，然后保有这种学习的欲望。那我们觉得这种东西是非常珍贵的。
角落教学，幼儿可依照自己的专长与兴趣，选择益智角、语文角、扮演角、美劳角、操作角、自然科学角等角落，让幼儿在游戏中自然而然累积自己的能力。老师不是用上对下的教学来灌输知识，而是提出问题，引导幼儿运用过去经验思考、观察、操作。这样不但尊重每位幼儿的个别差异，也鼓励幼儿培养逻辑思考的完整性，更建立了发现问题、面对问题、解决问题的挫折容忍力。
那这些问题，孩子们必须要能够学习去解决，所以在不同的角落里都是有这个历程出现。那在这里面，他们就学习了一种能力，就是他做任何事情，他可以主动探索，他会去计划，然后他会去行动，那他会检讨，建构这种学习能力。好，不管他这个学习能力他学会了，他在任何一个角落，他都用这样的能力去学习他的课程。他即使进到小学，不同的课程进来，他一样用这样的学习能力。
到这里，
在哪里？成功嘞！
为什么要那么高？是因为我要让球的速度比较快，然后下面我要把它转弯过来才能更长，再用一个箱子把它接起来。
OK， 好，超厉害 ，Give me back。
在充裕的时间里，提供幼儿主动探索、计划、操作、发现问题、解决问题的机会。老师则从旁辅助与引导，透过观察和记录，了解每位幼儿各方面的发展情形。
它就往上了。那是绳子是连着保特瓶。
说的真好，绳子连着保特瓶，所以这样
它往下就等于把它往上了。
b p m f 或加减乘除等学科，让孩子进行认字、写字、拼图及注音等是精熟和记忆的步骤，但却无法发展幼儿的优势能力。而统整教学符合幼儿性质发展，对学龄前幼儿来说，可以培养自信、逻辑思考、问题解决，以及一颗乐于学习的心，这样才能让幼儿获得一生都受用的能力。
Professor Chen, are we going to the second video or how?
So, so you finished the first video already?
Yes.
Oh, sorry about that because I can see the video, so I didn't follow the. I am sorry about that. Okay. So the first video is to talk about how we the normal activities in preschool in Taiwan this 10 years. So maybe we can go to the second video. Okay, thank you. So does everyone can see the video?
Yes. We will proceed to the second video.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
.每天早晨提供幼儿30分钟以上的出汗性运动，能够帮助他们保持一天的良好精神与专注力。而循序渐进的大肌肉运动，更是他们身心发展的重要关键。幼儿大肌肉活动。从小培养运动的习惯，是建立健康体格重要的一步，同时也会帮助幼儿的心理发展、社交能力。我们的身上从头到脚有许许多多的关节及大肌肉，而大肌肉活动正是引导幼儿去使用及整合这些能力。良好和纯熟的动作技巧，不仅让幼儿更为娴熟基本的走、跑、跳，并对穿衣和个人卫生等自理技巧有着非常大的帮助。现在幼儿园都非常重视体能活动，无论在户外园区或室内环境，老师们都会安排体能课程。
这间幼儿园的话，他们有很大的那个操场，然后小朋友可以很尽情的在这边 跑跳，然后他们在这边即使跌倒了，我觉得他们的安全设施都做得还不错，所以不用担心说小朋友在这里会有什么太大的意外发生这样子。
无论是天候影响或现有环境有所局限，老师们也会运用课桌椅及简单的道具，在具有巧思与安全的设计下，让幼儿健康且快乐地进行活动。进行运动的同时，老师会从旁细心地关照，引导幼儿正确地使用器材，以达到有效的运动。由于幼儿的专注力较成年人差，体能活动时间安排在30分钟，能让他们全程投入参与。而难易度也必须经过思考，太简单，幼儿很快就会失去兴致；太难，幼儿会容易有挫败感。因此，选择富趣味性和具游戏性质的活动相当重要。
我们喜欢用游戏的方式，然后带入整个体能活动当中，会让整个气氛变得很热络。所以整个活动带下来的话，如果把整个游戏的概念贯穿在里面的话，小朋友会做得很主动去学习，而且会觉得这整个活动是很好玩的。
游戏中综合所有基本能力，幼儿能从中发展肌力、协调、平衡，也能在进行游戏中训练反应速度及提升自信。
Bases loaded. 2 out. Hard hit into right. Back at the wall. Tie game.
在规则性的团体竞赛中，幼儿能体会同心协力、互助合作的重要性，提升与人社交相处的技巧，学习自律及培养公平竞争的态度，并为他们累积成功经验，进而建立自信心，驱使他们培养体能活动的好习惯，并勇于尝试新项目。运用邻近且辽阔的河滨公园，带着幼儿进行骑脚踏车活动，可以提供移动性及操作性运动的经验。在出发前，幼儿们熟练地穿戴着护具，从护膝到头盔，每一处都不得马虎。每一次的路线都是在老师评估后与幼儿们讨论所决定的。在出发前，经由团体讨论，提醒幼儿们交通规范、骑乘安全等知识，加深幼儿体认安全的重要。
他们就是在骑乘的时候，其实大部分要用到的是腿的力量。然后说一开始的时候，有些小朋友他根本连踩都踩不下去，所以我们一开始的时候会让小朋友他先骑比较小的，然后我们就透过鼓励啊，或者是用已经有经验的小朋友去带着还没有经验小朋友的方式。
运动提供幼儿情绪抒发的途径，达到身心健康的目的。幼儿园除了安排体能课程外，也希望幼儿能以探索的方式，在体能活动中不去局限思考，开发新玩法。大肌肉的发展能有效帮助大脑神经网络的联系，让幼儿在持续锻炼下变得强健灵活，更提高幼儿的自我形象，增加自信，让心智发展及情绪管理一并成长。
Okay, thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the video. It's all about the activity for preschool. and that we have a regulation that the children have to have activity for at least 30 minutes for the exercise every day. Okay, and then I guess the other important competence is for language learning. So we have I will show you the third video.
Sorry, Professor Chen, you are muted.
Oh, okay, sorry. Thank you so much. So for the activity is we have the regulation for 30 minutes for preschool every day in the preschool. And then the third video, we will talk about how they learn language in the preschool. So would you please share the third video? Thank you.
We will play the video.
语文是帮助幼儿发展抽象思考与人际互动的关键。创造一个让幼儿乐于沟通的学习情境，是许多幼儿园发展的方向。幼儿园语文活动，用绘本讲故事是丰富幼儿语言经验的最好方法。老师经常借由故事绘本延伸出许多创意有趣的教保活动。精美的绘图吸引幼儿的眼光，他们的小脑袋中也有了无限联想。
有一天呢，它变成了青蛙，爬出池塘，爬到了青草地上。你家说什么？鱼生气了，你怎么知道？
因为看它的表情啊。
老师运用绘本生动地叙述故事，让幼儿观察绘图，并了解文句中的含义，也让他们有机会发表自己的想法。
跳跳，我看过很多特别的东西哦。青蛙这么说。
模仿是学习的第一步。不识字的幼儿借由绘本的画面线索，也可以用自己的话语把故事讲一遍。
他看见鱼了，连忙使尽全力将它推回池塘，推到蓝底下。
理解故事内容后，能在大家面前清楚发表，那么幼儿的语文运用又往前进了一大步。
一只青蛙，它爬出池塘的，过了没几天，青蛙跳进池塘里来找鱼玩了。青蛙说：“我在陆地上看的男人、女人和小华子。有一天，鱼慢慢的用尾巴就耍到池塘的草地上了。鱼好像觉得空气不够，然后呢，鱼也不行动，也不行反手。然后呢，青蛙它看到了就用力的把鱼推回池塘里了。
有时候，幼儿园的老师也会引导幼儿用戏剧方式来诠释故事的意境。
好戏开锣，三步高，一手一是人，一起聚起心。结果没想到，在这附近真的有着一位白骨精。就在这个时候，孙悟空回来了，他一眼就发现这是白骨精所变成的，于是一棒打死了小婆婆。唐三藏他非常的生气，你不是要跟我们去西天取经，
唐三藏赶走了孙悟空，现在他又被妖怪抓走。猪八戒和沙悟净决定要请孙悟空回来。你要是孙悟空，会回来吗？
你会回来吗？会，为什么？因为接下来还有妖怪，如果他们打不过，因为孙悟空是里面最厉害的，应该要保护他小的。不会，你会回来救师傅？为什么？因为那些神都知道，他们一定会，他们也很想帮助他，所以我觉得他们可能一定会打到这个世界里面的。但到心里，刚刚有说到心里，他自己在想，他误会了孙悟空，他误会了大家。而且如果他们死掉的话，那故事演不下去了，故事都还没有演完呢。
请幼儿用画图方式表达故事内容，可以帮助幼儿将抽象的语文具象化。
笑嘻嘻的，为什么他不开心？因为他在想我误会我那个孙悟空。那如果等一下打赢了，你觉得师傅会跟孙悟空说什么？那只鱼想要做什么？想要出去玩，去外面看一看，像青蛙一样吗？结果呢？你可以去吗？不行。为什么不行？因为我只能待在家里。跳来跳去吗？
鱼也可以跳来跳去啊，鱼可以在水里跳来跳去，环游水底世界啊。
青蛙可以看到很多的，可以看到很多的。有两个小女孩，一个叫安妮，一个叫安婷。有一天安妮她下去游泳，告诉安婷说游泳很好玩。结果安婷就下去游泳，结果她不会游泳，她很害怕，结果她就沉下去，所以安妮赶快来救她。
请绘本画家与幼儿面对面的沟通，除了增进双方对彼此的了解外，更可以发现幼儿细微的观察力。
很像在比战，有没有像？你看，在问题的人请举手。好，陈佩瑜，
就是说想念跟其他本都不一样，是不是？他有跟别人换，然后不敢告诉大家，只在上面写成字语。
被发现了。
对不对？
他不会相信哦。
我们还喜欢跟小朋友一起聊一聊故事。那透过故事呢，小朋友可以表达他的感受，诠释他的想法。透过这种讨论的、互相练习的方式，小朋友他们可以练习形成自己的观点，培养他们思考的能力。
以适切的方式运用语文，在幼儿的语言学习中相当重要。幼儿园老师经常运用观察描述、形象联想、童诗仿作、创作接龙等有趣的教保活动，让幼儿一步步理解语文、运用语文，甚至有能力创造出令人惊艳的童诗呢。
叶老师怎么了？觉得叶老师扇子来扇风呢？
因为扇子要长线条，扇了才会。用这样子，然后就会打动空气。
好，请问字的形状像什么？
半圆形。
半圆形。还有没有跟半圆形不一样的答案？
披萨形。像山洞的洞口。像轮胎的一半。像电风扇的一半，像cheese蛋糕切一半。
哦，我想到有一首有关扇子的童诗哦，我现在念一次。竹 竹母手上有一把扇子，扇子上面画了一只鸟。竹母扇啊扇，风来了，鸟也飞啊飞。竹母睡着了，鸟也睡着了。哇，好可爱的童诗哦！有没有要来试试看呢？
爸爸手上有一把扇子，上面画着一只小猫。妈妈扇啊扇，风来了，飞机也飞来飞去。爷爷睡着了，飞机也停好了。
老师从戏剧扮演开始，引导幼儿观察与问答，一层层深化幼儿对扇子的认识。从扇子的形象、扇子的功能到自由联想，讨论让幼儿表达更流畅，思考更完整，也在无形中培养了他们说话的自信。
形的扇子像太阳，一直发光，很热。
好，谁可以接下去？圆形的扇子像太阳，一直发光，很热。
大家都在热热的叫。
大家都在热热的叫。还有没有？
大家一直脱衣服。
大家一直脱衣服。
大家好后面。
还有没有？
去吃太热去吃大餐。
太热，为什么要吃大餐？觉得有点奇怪。
太热，
好厉害哦！你看，越来越长了，是这样的童诗就快要完成了。
大圆形的扇子像翅膀，
然后呢？
飞来飞去真有趣。
还有嘞，飞来飞去真有趣。之后呢？快，大家想。
没有了。
还有，赶快再想。
扇子形状多变化，大家陪我来想象。扇子今天起了个大早，魔法扇好帮手，让我烧出好菜来。出去玩的时候，我变成了一阵风，带我也去游。
语文教学活动着重于在让孩子们深入的了解、应用到创作，借由童诗的欣赏、彼此的讨论，吸收生活经验，去发挥孩子们的想象力。从最初的形状联想，诱发孩子们之间的激荡，在游戏和欢笑声中，他们完成了自创童诗。孩子们天马行空的想象力是最好的创作根源。就让语言来丰富孩子们的生活吧。
让幼儿在情境中适当的理解语文、运用语文，以扩展和深化对所处环境的认识，是新时代语文教育的目标。在丰富多元且实用的语文学习情境中，幼儿更能完整思考、自由想象、自在创作。而这份带得走的能力，也将让孩子拥有更宽广的天空。
Hope you enjoy the video, and because the video is made from our government, and I hope the translation can make sense to you. Yes, and this video is talking about how we design the activity for children to learn language through the storytelling or the drama activities, and then creative thinking, and also for the problem solving skills. Yes, and then do I still have time?
Yes, about 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, so maybe actually I have a lots of video can share, but today I really apologize about my technique ability. So the last one I would like to share with you is last month I went to Indonesia in UPI, and I bring 5 of my students for the practicum, and this video is what we did from the Indonesia, and I really love your country. So would you please share the last video? Thank you.
We're sorry we haven't received the link of the video yet. Professor Chen? Oh, okay. We will proceed to play the video.
Thank you.
Perjalanan membawamu bertemu denganku, ku bertemu kamu. Sepertimu yang ku cari, konon aku juga seperti yang kau cari. Ku kira kita asam dan garam, dan kita bertemu di belakang. Kisah yang ternyata tak seindah itu. Ku kira kita akan bersama, begitu banyak yang sama antarmu dan latarku. Ku kira takkan ada kendala, ku kira ini kan mudah kalau aku jadi kita. Kasih sayangmu membekas, redam kini sudah tidak istimewa. Entah apa maksud dunia tentang ujung cerita kita tak bersama. Semoga rindu ini menghilang, konon katanya waktu sembuhkan, akan ada lagi yang sepertimu. Ku kira kita akan bersama, begitu banyak yang sama antarmu dan latarku. Ku kira takkan ada kendala, ku kira ini kan mudah kalau aku jadi kita. Kau melanjutkan perjalananmu, ku melanjutkan perjalananku. Kukira kita akan bersama.
Okay, it's a very beautiful moment. And I would like to say special thank you for the hospitality from UPI's chair, Yenny. And she is my advisee. She graduated from National Donghua University. Okay, so let's my presentation. And now I open for the questions and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chen. We are very happy you enjoy our country.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Hui Fa Chen, for your insightful and inspiring presentation on early childhood education and care curriculum framework. Your talk has truly highlighted how an integrated learning by playing activities help children develop every domain of the development. Now we would like to open the floor for question and discussions. To all participants, if you have any questions, please kindly raise your hand or submit them through the chat room so we can have the discussion session with Professor Chen. Okay, please, Wardah.
Okay, thank you for moderator. First of all, let me introduce myself. My complete name is Wardah Syedza Kamila, and now I'm on the third semester of elementary school teaching education program. So, I'm really interested with children that should have a 30 minutes of daily grace motor activity that induce sweating. And my question is, what challenge do preschool teachers in Taiwan face when implementing the requirement of 30 minutes of daily gross motor activities that induces sweating, such as children diverse interests or limited space, or maybe weather condition, and what strategy are used to overcome these challenges, and could this strategy also relevant for a country like Indonesia? Thank you.
Professor Chen,
Yes.
would you answer it immediately?
Yeah. Would you mind give me some key point, because the sound seems I didn't receive very clearly. I'm sorry. So can you explain a little bit?
Okay. I'm so sorry, ma'am. My question is, what challenge do preschool teachers in Taiwan face when implementing the requirement of 30 minutes of daily gross motor activity that induces sweating, such as children diverse interests, limited space, or maybe whatever weather condition? And what strategy are teachers use to relevant for country like Indonesia? Thank you.
We are sorry, Wardah, we couldn't listen your audio smoothly. Would you maybe please write it on the chat room so we can read it and we can understand clearly about your question?
Okay, Miss, I will drop my question on chat room.
Okay, thank you, Wardah. Maybe we will have one more question by waiting Miss Wardah typing. Please, Rifda Nurul Azmi. Rifda Nurul Azmi, can you open your mic?
Sorry. Thank you, moderator. I'm Rifdan Nurul Asmi from the Out of School Education Program. I would to ask a question. If we as PAUD educator intend to utilize their methods, but our spatial capacity is restricted to a single small room, what strategies can educator employ to maximize the use of this limited space? And so we implement a scheduled learning plan to optimize this space utilization. And what is the recommended duration for children's learning activities? Thanks, moderator.
Thank you, Rifda. Professor Chen, it's about how if we only have one small room in our situation, what's your recommendation?
Okay, thanks for your question. I think the limit of the space in the room, maybe we can extend the learning from outdoor activity. So, for example, I went to Finland for 6 months to observe their activity, no matter what kind of weather, even it's snow, very cold weather, the children still play outside for like 1 or 2 hours. So it's why we are trying to learning about to overcome the limitation of the environment. So hope I can answer your question. And thank you, Rita, right? Rita.
Yeah, right.
And then for the other question, the what fact, right? She mentioned about the requirements of 30 minutes of daily gross motor activity that the challenge for the limit space. So I guess this is a similar question as the second one, right? The weather conditions and maybe what strategy I used to overcome these challenges. Actually, during last month, I visit UPI, and I feel like you have a very beautiful outdoors. So sometimes we can take the students, kids to play outdoor. So even maybe for the raining day or the shining day, I guess the nature is very big classroom for kids to learn from everywhere. The only thing is the school the teacher needed to prepare how to guide the kids to play outdoor. The main key point is the safety. But I think once the kids have many chance to visit outdoor, they learn how to protect by themselves. Okay, hope I answer your question. Okay.
Thank you so much for your answer, Professor Chen.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we reach our time.
Yes.
So we should end your presentation here. Once again, thank you so much for your insightful presentation, Professor Chen. So here we are concludes our first session for today. It has been my honor to serve as your moderator. Now I would like to respectfully hand the session back to our Master of Ceremony to continue with the next part of the conference program. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So much, Professor and Mrs. Lutfa. Ladies and gentlemen, now we continue with the second session. May I invite our moderator, Mr. Dr. Arisinggi Mudiarso, MPD, to give the presentation of our next invited speaker, Mr. Nuriman, PhD from University of Jember, Indonesia. So, moderator, the screen is yours. Yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Shalom, Ustaz Nasi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I start to this event. Honorable Rector, University of Jember, Dean and our leadership in the Faculty of Education, the Community of Iconsatin, Mr. PSD, speaker from the of Jember, or Span International Conference. Science and educational technology impact cognitive and emotional development by stimulating the brain to process information more effectively. Technology as interactive learning experience, while sense understanding helps optimize teaching methods that support both learning and student emotional well-being. We discuss in resource person, Mr. PSD, from the University of Chamber, is his CV. Then Mr. Norman PSD, interest about organic chemistry, and then the last education, Doctor of Philosophy, University Australia, and then the current position is for academic performance. Also, I am the moderator of this event, and then we will get to this personal conference event agenda. We give resource person 5 minutes to present the material, and the last session is Q&A for participants. Then participant can submit question via Zoom or chat, or can press the raise hand feature. Zoom meeting closed. Hello, Mr. Norman. Ready? Yes. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Yes, can start it.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. All praise be to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who has bestowed health and blessing to all of us free, so we can join this Iconsatin International Conference, which is actually conducted every year for the educational program, Department of Education Science. Ladies and gentlemen, brother and sister, today actually I just want to talk about sharing something, because I'm not a practitioner. My background is chemistry, but I'm very interested in education. That's why I'm becoming a lecturer in elementary school at the moment. So today, the committee gave me a task to talk about neuroeducational and learning technology in increasing the academic skill. As we know that, basic on result of research, some students which finishing their final task, they always found that academic skill is always found not satisfied in many schools around Jember and around East Java. That's why, and because of my background, I will try to share to implement the educational research in especially in neuroeducational and using learning technology which are available. And that's why today I'm going to talk about developing academic skill with neuro education and learning technology. Could you like to present the PPT, please? Yes. Okay, thank you. This is my topic today, developing academic skill with neuroeducation and learning technology. Neuroeducation is an approach that integrate neuroscience, psychology, and also education. As God include understanding, particularly within the context of elementary education. This interdisciplinary field, yes, I think the first PPT title, still, yes, that's it. This interdisciplinary field seeks to bridge the gap between our understanding of brain and also the practical application in teaching method. By doing so, neuroeducation have a goal or aims to create more effective and inclusive educational practices that are grounded in a scientific understanding of how our students or how our learner learned. Next, please. Here is learning. Let me introduce first, before we talk about educational and also learning technology, we are going to talk about learning is a complex and dynamic process, as we know. It is involving the interaction of multiple cognitive, emotion, social, and also technological factors. Over the past decade, 10, maybe 20 or more, advances in neuroscience have enabled understanding of the brain mechanism underlying knowledge acquisition, offering new opportunities to optimize teaching and learning. In this context, neuroeducation has emerged as an interdisciplinary from many fields. And let's integrate neuroscience. Thank you. Cognitive psychology and also pedagogy or education, and increasingly emerging technologies with the aim of developing teaching strategies grounded in empirical evidence about brain functioning. It is rather difficult actually to understand how our brain is working or how we use teaching and learning refer to our brains lens or our brain working. Next, please. Yes, thank you. This is a PPT about neuroeducation. Neuroeducation is, as I said previously, interdisciplinary combined insight from neuroscience. It is learning about how our brain works, how our brain learns, and psychology combined with education to improve teaching and learning in our classroom. This goal is to understand how the brain learns and then apply the knowledge to design more effective educational method. That is our aim. And hopefully, especially for my students, these are doing thesis or scriptsy, they can work with educational on neuroscience to solve the problem on lowering the achievement. The integration of neuroscience, psychology, and education from the foundation of a field called neuroeducation. It's connect how brain working or how brains learns, how the mind work, and how teaching can be improved, can be increased, can be developed using this kind of strategy with the educational neuroeducation approach. There are three kinds of thing here. There are three kinds of discipline: neuroscience, psychology, and education. As I said, neuroscience is studies the biological basis of learning, and psychology focuses on mental processes and behavior, which is education. Use finding from neuroscience and psychology in education. Use finding from neuroscience and psychology to design teaching strategies. Also to design curriculum and also how to learn about our environment. Applies brain-based principle to improve student engagement atau keterlibatan siswa, memory retention, emotional well-being, and also increasing the creativity from the student when they have a classroom. Shape teacher training as an educator applies scientific knowledge of how students can learn best. It is the goal of educational neuroscience or neuroeducation. And when we integrate, for example, we can integrate of three kind of field: neuroscience, psychology, and education, performing the emotion strongly influence memory. Evident about the combination or the integration of three of those field, we will have that emotion strongly influence memory, based on the research result published by some people. Psychology explain how motivation and emotional regulation affect student behavior. In psychology explain how motivation and emotional regulation affect student behavior. So the behavior of the student, when you saw in the classroom, it is impacted by two things, motivation and also emotional. Please, next. Here's the keywords of our topic today. My topic today, neuroeducation, learning technology, and academic skill. Neuroeducation, I already mentioned many times before, and it focuses on translating scientific insight about brain function like attention, memory, plasticity into evidence-based teaching strategies that align with natural learning mechanism, are aiming to make learning more effective and accessible for learner. So hopefully like that. Maybe basic on this hypothesis, basic on this result of research, we can apply to increase academic skill in the classroom to solve the problem of academic skill from the result of research that always appear on publication, one of strategy is to implement educational neuroscience by combined with learning technology that's now very familiar for the student. Although in elementary school, maybe also in undergraduate. Next one, please. Here is the definition of neuro educational of neuroscience, learning technology, and also academic skill. Neuro education inform technology, learning technology, and brain-based insight guide the design and application and tools to align with how the brain learns best. It is in neuro education. As I said previously, learning technology enhance academic skill. It is very important digital tools at the moment. Apply neuro education principle to improve focus, memory problem solving, and self-regulation. So I can say here that learning technologies some resulted in negative effect, but some of resulted in positive effect. Let me see about the positive effect here. To support how the student learn something in the classroom. And academic skill can be defined here as the outcome. When neuroeducation and learning technology are combined, students can develop stronger academic skill efficiently. It is my point. A student use spaced repetition application, something like learning technology, designed based on memory research, and to improve study and retention skill or academic skill. Next, please. How the brain learns. Before that, we see that there are integration of learning technology, academic skill, and neuroeducation that I already described before. Academic skill, when impacted by the combination of neuroeducation and learning technology, can result in or can produce the effective learning and teaching in the classroom. That very simple or very narrow thing that we can combine and practice in the classroom, especially for elementary school, especially for elementary school, as I said previously. Next, please. How the brain learns. It is very biologically possible to be studied by expert in biogill actually, or medicine, how the brain works. This is a little bit long, that the brain learns through a combination of biological, cognitive, and emotional process that work together to acquire, store, and use knowledge or skill. And it is a clear breakdown how the brain learn. Let me see for the first time. Our brain learns. First time is learning start when the brain pay attention to information. We have see the information. So that's time our brain start working, retrieve the information from outside. Secondly, encoding information. New experience and information that we already received before are encoded into the brain through neural activity or brain activity, a part of the brain activity. And then what's next will produce memory formation. Working memory in short term holds information temporally. So we can retrieve information and then being encoded by our neural system and then becoming memory, ingatan. What can be long-term memory can be short-term memory. Short-term memory only hold information temporarily. After that, lost again, gone again, forgot again. But when long-term memory produced and then store units through repeat practice and meaningful connection, when win only one time, we're gone. But when repeat, something can become powerful on our mind. Some people say this is a sign of long-term memory. In Indonesia, I can say tahan lama. Kadang-kadang kita bilang, kadang-kadang berhenti di otak kita. Karena otak kita receive a lot of information many times. So that's why when you are research about quantitative on impact, something, repetition or frequency are very important. If we want to impact from our treatment, we treat something and it won't impact from our treatment has to be many times. It is rare we can find some impacts that we need, that we hope coming very directly. Sometimes very long time. Like love never coming very tiny, come, see, and love become on my heart. No. In Java istilah, we think Trisno jalanan sokok kulino. It is mean that we need memory, long-term memory, many time and being repeat many time again. Long-term memory. This is the third level of our brain work. As I said, first memory. First we achieve information, and secondly being processed by our neural system. Third become memory. Can be long, can be short. Long memory. And then what's next? Practice and repetition. The more we practice, the stronger the neural pathway become. And we find this. Again, the more we practice, the stronger the neural pathway become. This is called neuroplasticity. Some people say neuroplasticity. After many time repeats, after many time becomes strong, it has become plasticity. And then neuroplasticity, repeat exposure, have the brain rewire itself. Rewire, terbakar ulang, mengingat ulang, making skill automatic. It is why neuroscience become very trendy now, become very hot in my world, very hot, because it is a lot of evidence that the classroom become very powerful and effective, I mean. And after practice and repetition, making connection is step after this. Making connection. Learning is deeper when the brain links the new unit to existing unit. I'll repeat again. Learning is deeper. Learning is deeper when our brain links new unit to existing unit. Our brain receive something, information, become unit, and this one finally become existing unit on our mind. For example, connecting a math problem to real-life shopping improve recall. Connecting a math problem, masalah matematika, to real life, it is shopping, itu menunjukkan improve recall, meningkatkan ingatan kita. This is the next step of our brain work. And after this, after practice, repetition, and making connection, there one is feedback and reflection. Feedback and reflection. Feedback help the brain correct mistakes and adjust strategies. Feedback, when we teach student in front of classroom, give them a feedback, because feedback help the brain correct mistakes and adjust strategies. Correct mistake and adjust strategies. This is the powerful of feedback. And reflection, it is always when we are doing classroom action research, we always doing reflection. Reflection is very important before or after we have a class or we have teaching and learning in the classroom. Reflection. Reflection strengthens metacognition, thinking about one's own thinking, helping learners manage how. Helping learners manage how they learn. How they learn. So, number 6 is feedback and reflection. Feedback and reflection. This is our brain work. And finally, sleep and consolidation. Sleep and consolidation. During sleep means during the unit sleep on our mind, especially for deep sleep, the brain consolidates learning. It is sleep, real sleep. Yeah, during sleep, especially deep sleep, not sleep, get up, sleep, get up, is not good for this. Deeper sleep. But if you know, and we have a deep sleep, we had a lot of dreaming in our sleep. A lot of dreaming coming. Funny dreaming, dangerous dreaming, horror dreaming, sometimes coming on our sleeping. But it is, they said that during sleep, especially deep sleep, the brain consolidates learning. Memories are recognized, strengthened, and transferred to long-term storage. Sleep means sleep in our brain. Something stay a little bit long on our brain. And here is step number 7. And the last step, emotion and motivation. Positive emotion and motivation boost learning. Memories are positive emotion and motivation, dopamine release, boost learning. Stress and fear, when we feel stress and fear something, fear something, can block learning by activating the brain, can block learning by activating the brain's fight or flight system. When we in the classroom, so the slogan for PPG, Pendidikan Profesi Guru, is become professional teacher, you have to be menjadi guru yang dirindukan dan keberiannya ditangisi. Ini yang tidak, this is that not coming fear or stress coming from student, coming to student. Sometimes they stress because of us. We have become the people who become, they are very fear and afraid. That is trouble. So there are 11 steps in our brain. This one that I already mentioned to be implemented in our teaching and learning step. That's why neuroeducation is based on our brain work, based on step to step, as I said previously. But we can reduce the step, becoming the very short step. Next one, please. Especially for brain learn, we can accumulate into the 5 step here. Step: attention, memory, connection, practice, and mastery. If I will accumulate from 8 steps before, this become, here is the simplified version of the brain learning process, showing just the 5 steps. Firstly, attention. As we see, we retrieve attention because something that we accept on our brain. And secondly, becoming memory, stay on our brain, can be long, can be short. And after that, we can doing practice by this memory, and then perform the connection one to another, finally become mastery, stay on our mind. Because of this, some expert on neuroeducation or educational of neuroscience apply the learning and teaching process in the classroom based on this, how our brains working step by steps. So this step by step. Next one. Now we talk about learning technology now. Next one, please. Learning technology, I think it is very familiar for us now. Learning technology is around us and now becoming very booming now. Students from PAUD until undergraduate student still very love with game or how they use Android as a learning technology to play, to enjoy their life, and finally this impact on negative effect of learning technology, as Professor said. And now I have information that in Sweden, the government command to the school, suggest to the school to back using textbook, not online information or not online material, but they read by textbook, memory by textbook, and again discussion using the textbook. This is Western people always start with that again. But maybe if we use learning technology in a positive effect, we can use as tool, we can use as a system, we can use as a digital resources to support, to increase, to manage teaching and learning processes. It combines education, psychology, and technology to make learning more effective, more accessible, more engaging, lebih terlibat siswanya, and more finally producing something that become better rather than previous. Application Usually, learning technology that being used in school or in university is like learning management system. Learning management system already being used every time for us. It is familiar. Example, Google Classroom, Moodle, Canvas. We use that. Some students use that as a learning management system. Used to share material and then assign homework, grade student to give them a grade, and also to track the progress. We use this kind of learning technology, learning management system. Second one, e-learning. It is also very familiar for us. Like Khan Academy and etc. Provide online course. It is very simplified. Like now, certification and skill development for student and professional. Artificial intelligence, I said after this. E-learning and interactive learning tool. Interactive learning tool. It is also learning technology and very powerful for us. Smart board. Now becoming a smart room or international classroom. Also, and etc. Makes classes engaging with real-time feedback and gamified learning. Make classes engaging with real-time feedback. This is interactive learning tool. There is some old lecturer like me, sometimes back to the old era, using not learning technology, but using something original like picture to be a media on our classroom, which are very much not interactive. Virtual and augmented reality. Students always using this in their research at the moment. Medical students practice surgeries in virtual reality, but sometimes it is actually an educational process or implemented education not really powerful for VR, because usually this is applied in medicine or in science for artificial intelligence. History or geography lesson are used to explore ancient cities. This is very special for history, for geography. It is very important. Artificial, augmented reality. Augmented reality. VR or IR. And also artificial intelligence now become very booming. He can answer everything. If you talk about love, he can answer. This is AI, very powerful. Talking about the loan, can answer as well, maybe. Just right. Very simple. When you use ChatGPT, for example, or using some kind of artificial that already apply in our university, become bigger and bigger, powerful and more powerful now. Artificial can chat with answer student questions. So that's why we have a task for a student. Just be careful because they already very familiar with this kind of learning technology. The problem is now, a lot of lecturers don't understand about how to implement artificial intelligence into their work. But students always using this. They become a gap between student and lecturer. But old lecturer, like me, not young lecturer. Young lecturer is very familiar because they are including Z generation, not X generation like us. The problem on artificial intelligence, a lot of now pelatihan that can apply this very fluently. Collaboration and communication tool, Zoom, Microsoft Team, very familiar for us. Share Doc, Google Doc, Notion, framework to teamwork, and very familiar as well for us. And the last one is assessment and analytic. Online exam with automatic grading is also applied in our study, in our classroom. Very familiar. But some lectures back to their young when learning technology has not available yet. They're using manual examination because they don't believe that technology is fair enough. Sometimes a student stealing something than adequate, stealing something information to answer the question from the lecture. This is the gap actually. Also, how to use online examination or and learning technology into the examination and analytic. Learning analytic dashboard show teachers which topic students struggle with. It is also familiar. Those are learning technologies application that already being used by teacher, by educators, by researchers, by students from elementary school maybe until university. In short, I would like to say that in school, teachers use Google Classroom to practice learning and teaching using learning technology, using cohort, 2-minute lesson, and keep students engaged. In a university, students might take online labs or virtual lab. It is common, cheap, and submit work through Canvas and track progress with analytical dashboard. 1, 2, 3, and the last kind of technology already being used in school and universities. That's why if we combine with neuroeducation or with educational neuroscience, will become more powerful, which hopefully in our classroom will produce an effective teaching and learning process. Next one, please. Academic skill. Sometimes we still confuse cognitive skill and academic skill. And here, I don't want to talk about cognitive skill, but we are going to talk about academic skill because academic skills are more easy to see, to find out to the student. But cognitive is something rather difficult because it's unclear. We can see this. Let's have a look. Academic skill. Academic skill are the abilities, as I mentioned in the PPT, strategies, and habit that help students succeed in learning, studying, and performing well in school or higher education. Academic skill are the tools that allow students to learn effectively. The tools that allow students demonstrated knowledge. The tools that allow students succeed in academic environment. Like how is your academic skill perform? This is question that sometimes we can check to the student by some instruments. Academic skill, like first is basic literacy skill. reading, writing, numeracy, needed for understanding and producing unit. This is one of the academic skill. Second, study skill. Note taking, making notes when we have a lecture. Summarizing, summarize or conclude something. Outlining, making outline. And test preparation. This is a study skill that include of academic skill. 5 minutes. Yes, thank you. And research and information skill, critical thinking and problem, time management and organization, communication skill, technology, and digital literacy. These are academic skills that actually we are going to achieve to this school by conducting teaching and learning process using with neuro education and technology, learning technology. Okay, finally, we would like to see the last PPT. Please show us the integration of academic skill. Integration of academic skill. Yeah. Next one. Next. 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 After. Continue. Yeah, thanks. Like let's show. Yeah, that's one. Yeah, here is integration of academic skill development. Next one. This one. Academic skill, right? Reading, writing, math, critical thinking, research and study. Using neuro education approach, reading use phonological awareness and brain-based reading strategies. When we are doing teaching technology, digital reading application, there is a specific approach for a neuro education, and there is specific learning technology that can be used with the aim of the certain academic skill, like writing, reading, mathematics, critical thinking, research and study. These are having a certain approach and also certain technology integration that can be used in teaching and learning. Finally, hopefully we can integrating neuro education insight with learning technology, create a powerful framework to enhance academic skill. It align how the brain learn with tools that optimize learning environment and preparing students to thrive in modern education. Thank you very much. I think on PPT I already give some example how to design of learning and teaching in the classroom with neuro education and also technical learning technology. Thank you.
Okay, I thank so much to Mr. BSD. And then this agenda, I will give opportunity to all our participants to ask question, and then participant can submit question via Zoom room chat or can press the raise hand feature on the Zoom meeting cloud. And then Mr. Nuriman, please have one question on chat. And then the first question from Rifda Asli. Indonesia, setiap manusia memiliki kapasitas otak yang berbeda-beda. IQ yang cenderung berbeda, dan lalu bagaimana seorang pendidik dapat mengadaptasi dan mengakomodasi perbedaan kemampuan berpikir individu dalam proses pembelajaran sehingga setiap orang dapat mencapai potensi maksimalnya sesuai dengan tujuan pembelajaran. Dan on this, every human has a different brain capacity with IQ values that tend to vary. So how can an educator identify and accumulate the difference in their thinking abilities during the learning process. So that each person can reach their maximal potential in line with the learning objective. Please, Mr. Nuriman, can you answer this question?
Thank you very much. It is very important and very smart question. Thank you very much. I think it is real that we have a student that are different in thing, including how their capacity to achieve something. For example, if we have an it's clear in our society, if you see in the mosque reading Iqra in elementary school, for example, they start with a different point. Sometimes start from Surat Al-Fatihah, some of them start on Al-Quran, some of them start on very in very sangat jauh, far from ordinary people. This is because different capacity. In our brain work, first we see the information, and then become memory, and then stay sometime short, sometime long. Sometimes take a long time, sometimes take a short time. It is different. So how we can deal with students, some kind of students that have very much different from this. We have a theory, basic to our theory is differentiation. What's that? Differentiation learning. Yeah, differentiation learning. We start with different in material, maybe in time, maybe in material and something else. We can start with one suitable with a student because they have different. So basic on their experience, but generally basic on the education policy, no one can be filed on education to succeed, but they needs a different time, different performance, different behavior, etc. So that's why become a teacher is very complex skill. You have to service every different one. You have to service everything that you found to the student. So it is clear that we have personally, we have the vice to surface them in front of the classroom. So you can use the theory of difference learning to teach them wisely. And hopefully because of this, you will succeed and always smile when you see your student successful in front of your class, in your classroom. I think it is very short answer. We can discuss more in other time, and we won't learn about this deeply. You know.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Nuriman. And on the Zoom, ini Sister Wardah. Hello, Sister Wardah. You can
Okay,
open
thank
your
you,
mic.
moderator, for giving
Again,
this
this time for you. You have question for Mr. Nuriman PSD? You have question?
Okay, so my question is, with the rise of AI tools that really rapid in this world, many students in elementary school
Sorry. Hello,
risk
Sister Wardah.
becoming dependent on
Yes, Sister Wardah.
technology.
Yes,
The
Sister
thing I
Wardah.
remember for them instead of exercising their own short-term and long-term memory. So I ever read book about neuron technology and brain rules that combined with psychology theories of motivation and attention. It's really important. So how can educators design learning experience that both use AI productively but still strengthen student memory, creativity, and independent thinking? Thank you.
Okay, Sister Wardah, yes, you can more slow. You can repeat your question. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So my question is, with the rise of AI tools that really rapid in this world, many students in even though in elementary school risk becoming dependent on technology to think and remember for them. instead of exercising their own short-term and long-term memory. So that's the book that I ever read from Neurontech and Brain Rules that combined with psychology theories and of motivation and attention is really important. But I still I still confused about how can educators design learning experiences that both use AI productively and still strengthen student memory, creativity, and independent thinking for students. Thank you.
Okay. Uh, because of this sound is already here. Saya
Very much.
if your question then and but you are talking about the memory, and I already mentioned that a memory in our brain is one of step that our brain work properly, and this on neuroscience actually when the people try to explore the step of um, our neuroscience on teaching and learning process. Formation of memory sometimes in here can be stay long time and sometimes can be stay short time. The hippocampus plays a key role in turning short-term memory into the long storage. It depends on how we doing the process into the teaching and learning during the classroom. Because sometimes when we accept something and stay in our memory for some time, it is resulted in unsuccessful study or unsuccessful learning. But when it is stay, sleep a long time, and automatically recall when we see something from outside as a response from my memory into the something outside there, it is call it we have a long-term memory storage knowledge. So this is very important for us as a lecturer or as a student, as a teacher or as an educator, that we have to design our strategy into the how student can be thick power into the long-term memory. So it is very easy when we saw some problems outside our environment, we can adapt with our memory into transit on the next step, and finally we can solve the problem. I'm sorry because it's not really clear actually about your sound. So I just tried to gamble. Is your question before? Thank you, but it is a very important question relating with the neuroscience. Neuroscience.
Okay, submissions. Yes. And then based on the speaker explanation, it can be concluded that neuroscience and educational technology combine this order in supporting students' cognitive and emotional development. By combining a neuroscience-based approach with the appropriate technology application, the learning process can be more effective, facilitating deeper learning and stimulating optimal brain development. Well, maintaining student emotional well-being. Thank you so much to Mr. Ruben for the outstanding presentation. And then for participants, please give applause to Mr. Ruben, PSD. Next session, I will give to Mr. Ruben.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nuriman and Mrs. Aris. Ladies and gentlemen, we proceed to the invited speaker session. We kindly invite the moderator, Mrs. Ketari Atiagarini, MPD, to lead the session and welcome our distinguished speakers, Professor Dr. Noralizati Titi Abdullah from Sultan Idris University of Education, Malaysia. Madam Moderator, the session is yours.
Check, am I audible, everyone? Can you hear my voice?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay, thank you so much for the Master of Ceremony. Okay, so let me start. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning to afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to truly apologize for not being able to attend it in the office due to some errands. So allow me to pass greetings to the excellence of the Vice Dean One of the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training, the Honorable, the coordinators of study programs, and the respectable committee, the speakers, and all the participants today. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the third part of this conference, the second International Conference of Neuroscience and Learning Technology, or Iconsatin 2025, organized by the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training. All right, let me introduce myself. My name is Getaria Degarini, and I will be your moderator in this session. We are delighted to have all of you join us, and on this beautiful day, I hope everyone is in a good condition. First of all, for the third speaker, Madam Nora Zilawati is here. Yeah, is she already in the Zoom? Has joined it or not yet? Let me check. Okay. Okay, hold on a minute, everyone. I'd like to have a bit of a pause, yeah? All right. Apparently, our third speaker hasn't joined the meeting yet, or maybe she has a trouble in joining due to some technical problems. So I think we should wait for a moment until the committee can reach her. Okay, so please hold on, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, in the Zoom. All right. Hello,
Halo,
Madam Madam Nora Zilawati,
Ya,
are
ya,
you already there?
ya,
Okay. Yeah, was there any technical problem?
ya, ya. I'm having a problem. Can
Okay.
you listen
Right.
my voice now?
Yes, we can hear you clearly, Ibu Nora Zilawati. All right, I am your moderator today, and my name is Getaria Degarini. All right. Okay. So first of all, Ibu Nora Zilawati Abdullah has joined our meeting today, everybody. So before we begin the session, it is my great pleasure to introduce our distinguished and amazing speaker in this third part, Professor Dr. Nora Zilawati Abdullah from Malaysia. So how are you, Ibu Nora Zilawati?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Okay. All right. So, uh, Ibu Nora Zalawati is currently a lecturer, an associate professor, and the deputy dean in academic and international affairs in the Faculty of Human Development, Sultan Idris Education University, Malaysia. She was graduated from University Kebangsaan Malaysia for her bachelor, master, and doctoral degree. And she has been in the field of education for 22 years. That's such a long time. And has extensive experience, especially in science education, and has published numerous confessional and action research. I'd like to mention some out of many. Ma'am, she has published research about pembangunan kurikulum dan modal Talata TISA, samakan semula dan pemurnian asuhan dan didikan awal kanak-kanak kebangsaan, and pembangunan model pedagogi kreatif sains menggunakan design and developmental research untuk pengajaran dan pemudahcaraan guru sains sekolah rendah di Malaysia. All right, with such an outstanding academic background and professional achievements, we are very much looking forward to Ibu Nora Zilawati's insights today. All right, we are honored to have you with us today, Ibu. Okay, so today Ibu Norazilawati Abdullah will deliver a presentation about the education for sustainable development through local wisdoms. She will deliver the presentation for about 45 minutes, Ibu, before we move to the question and answer session. For all the participants, kindly turn off your microphone during the presentation. So, Ibu Norazila, are you ready to begin?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, without further ado, let us welcome Ibu Norazilawati Abdullah to deliver the presentation. Ibu Norazila, the time and screen are yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss Chairperson. Gary, eh?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
so, Assalamualaikum. Okay, and a very to everybody. Honorable Directors of University of Jember, Honorable Dean of FKIP University of Jember, respective participants. Okay, so actually, thank you for me to the international conference on neuroscience and learning technology, Iconsatin 2025. Gentlemen, today I would like to share about education for sustainable development in local wisdom. Okay. Getari, are you clear with my sound?
Yes, ma'am. Your voice is pretty clear here. You may continue.
Okay, so a little bit about myself, as Gayatri said about. Okay, so now I'm senior lecturer at Human Development and Educational Studies, Faculty of Human Development. I'm from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia, and now I active in conventional and fiction research. Okay, formally now, I'm the chief editor of the Malaysia Journal of Science and Mathematics. Welcome. Send your papers to my journal if from the background of science and mathematics education. For now, I'm 20 years of experience in education field, and now I've also held several key positions such as coordinators for the Masters of Primary Education, a coordinator for publications, and also before this, I'm a Deputy Directors of National Child Development Research Center from 2018 until 2024, and also the coordinator for the Masters of Primary Science Education Programs. And currently, okay, I'm serving as a Deputy Dean of Academic and International from Faculty of Human Development, UPSI. Okay, today I'm successfully supervised almost 22 PhD students and 140 master students and produce almost 250 publications, lead about 50 research grants and engage in consultancy and a project. Okay, for now, what I need to share with all of you audience is about education for sustainable development, or in Malay, we call pendidikan untuk pembangunan yang lestari. And another part, I will also talk about the sustainable development goals or matlamat pembangunan lestari or MAMPAN. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, okay, what is ESD? Okay, what is ESD? ESD actually education that shapes students to become knowledgeable, ethical, and responsible citizens who are able to protect the environment and promote social well-being, to contribute the nation economic development for the sustainable manner based on local wisdom and universal values. So, in other way, ESD is a sustainable development in development that we can meet the need of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. Okay, there are three main parts. Okay, in ESD is about social, about economic, and also about the environmental. Okay. So the next, the three pillars. Okay, three pillars when we talk about ESD. This is about the social. The first one is about the social. Okay, for the social, it talks about the ESD, about the people and the community and also a well-being. Okay, also about ensure equity, inclusion, cultural diversity, and also the social justice. For example, for the school, okay, for the school, in the social part, we promote gender equality. Either there are female or male, we need to same gender, okay, promoting the same ability. And anti-bullying campaign, so there are no bully in the school and respect for cultural and tradition. That means when in the ESD, we almost about social is a very most important thing. Okay, and also in ESD, the second part is about the economy. Okay, ESD also need to prosperity and responsible growth because nowadays people need to have a royalty. We have a prepare students to contribute the sustainable economic systems. For example, for the school, the school need technical financial literacy, entrepreneurship with ethical practice. Okay, so waste to west project. That means biasanya we call it kita semula, waste to the wealth project. We change from something that are also from the waste, and how can we develop it to become our wealth. Okay, and the third part is about the environmental. Okay, when we say about the economy, okay, sometimes we build a huge building, okay, we build a lot of industry, okay, but we not compromising about our environmental. So environmental in SSD, okay, we need to our students to know about planet and natural resources. We know the students about build awareness and action to protect ecosystem and also the biodiversity. For example, in school, we promote okay the school program like recycling program, school garden, energy saving campaign. Okay, so why ESD? Why we need to learn about ESD? Okay, this is because ESD emerged as a result of the awareness of the importance of environmental for preservation and the conservation. Okay. Why? Because it started, ESD actually for the history, it start from the from 2005 until 2015 from the United Nations ESD. Okay. Then after that, from the 2015 until 2019, it's from the Global Action Program, and ESD moved toward achieving ES for the SDG, then we call it ESD for 2030. So in the 60th meeting of the conference of the parties on biological diversity, in 2024, we call it Columbia COP16. Okay, so we start from actually ESD, we talk about it from 2030, we target that toward achieving the SDG. Okay, now we talk about the basic concept of ESD. Okay, the basic concept of ESD. Okay, ESD, following the adoption of ESD for 2030, from the UNESCO published a roadmap. Okay, it indicating the specific action to be taken under this framework. Actually, the basic concept of ESD is about the new international framework for ESD. Okay, ESD toward achieving, and the most three part that we want to be in ESD is knowledge, value, and action. Okay, what are knowledge, value, and action? Because it complete the SDG. Okay, so from the ESD, it promote to complete the SDG, Sustainable Development Goal. So why SDGs? Because Sustainable Development Goal are 70 goals established by Pertubuhan Bangsa-Bangsa Bersatu in 2015. They aim to eradicate poverty, protect the planet, and ensure the global well-being by 2030. Okay. That's the aim of eradicate poverty, protect the planet, and ensure the global well-being by 2030 from the SDG. Okay, there are 70 goals. Okay, there are 70 goals to improve the planet and the life of the citizen by 2030. Okay, the goals number 1 of Maktamat Pembangunan Lestari. Goal number 1 is we don't want to no poverty. Number 2, we don't want to zero hunger. Goal number 3, good health and well-being. Goal number 4, equality and education. Goal 5, gender inequality. Goal 6, clean water and sanitation. Goal 7, affordable and clean energy. Goal 8, decent work and economic growth. Goal 9, about industry innovation in infrastructures. Goal number 10, reduce inequality. Goal 11, sustainable cities and communities. Goal 12, responsibilities, consumption and production. And goal 13, about the climate action. Goal 14, about life below water. Goal 15, about life of land. Goal 16, about peace, justice, and strong institution. Goal 17, about partnership for the goals. So ESD is an integral element of SDG 4 on education and a key enabler of all other SDG. So that means ESD is stated in the element of SDG for the number 4, education, and the key enabler for all the other SDGs. Okay, next. So education as the core of SDGs. Okay, SDG number 4, the quality education emphasize access to inclusive equitability and the quality education for the all. So education is seen a catalyst to achieve the goal because it shape knowledge, values, and the skill for the global citizen. Okay, now global education in SDG. Okay, so global education mean educating students to think beyond nature borders, to understand the global issues and take collective action. For it focus to include the global awareness. Actually, global awareness in education also involve the climate change, migration, the poverty, and also the conflict. And then in global education, the focus also include for the universal values about the justice, about the human right, about the peace, then about the sustainability. So in 21st century skill, the collaboration, digital literacy, critical thinking, and empathy need to be included in the global education in SDG. Okay, so next slide. Okay, there are 70 goals for the SDGs. Next slide. Okay, next slide. Okay, okay. Now it's about the global education of SDGs. As I mentioned, so there are 3 parts: the global awareness, so universal values, and 21st century skill need to be implemented in the global education for the SDGs. Okay, so we go to the next slide. Okay, this is example. Example in education context. The next slide. Okay, example in education context. For integrating global issues into the curriculum, for example, with climate change in science. Okay, for example, in climate change in science, it's for the social justice in the moral education. So we can integrate the global issues in the same curriculum. So and otherwise, for the school activities such as a model United Nations, MUN, community project or cultural exchange program, also the example for educational context in SDGs. And then for the teacher action research on how global learning enhance student empathy and international literacy, is also, we call it for the educational context in SDG. And SDG and global education are interconnected. So the global education within the SDG shape the generation that is knowledge, ethical, and competitive with the mission of sustaining the world for all. So to achieve the 2030 agendas for the ESG, education is not only about the transmitting knowledge, but it's also about building global citizens who are responsible, aware, and the global issues and able to act for the common good. Okay, so this is for example, many countries are nowadays have already implemented ESG for 2023 for achievement of SDG goals number 4. For example, this is for example for the Vietnam. Vietnam, starting for a kindergarten, they are starting for the focusing ESD for 2030. Okay, this is a kid, the pictures show that the kids in the Vietnam, they implement ESD in the kindergarten. Okay, next pictures is about the ESD in literacy in Vietnam. Okay, so student in the primary school, they start to implement ESD in the literacy. And then next pictures, this is about ESD. How is ESD also can implement in outdoor and play and physical activities in Vietnam. So ESD is not limited in the classroom. It also can implement outdoors for the activities out of the classroom. Okay, so what is the issues and what is the problems now actually? So in Malaysia or either in the Indonesia, we are both country are committed to implement ESD, but the strategy for the implementation by the Ministry of Education is still unclear actually. For element for ESD are already embedded, so in the primary school curriculum and have actually been implemented, but we do not know and are not aware about it. Okay, so that's my opinion. So for me, I think that the Malaysia and also the Indonesia, we now sebenarnya element of ESD are already embedded in the primary school and curriculum, but actually be implemented, but we do not know and not aware about it. Okay, so for example, for the Malaysia, this is for Malaysia contohnya, and for example, we are commit for the to SDG. So we implemented about SDG, for example, when we doing the summit, doing the leadership summit, we doing the roadmap for Malaysia, Malaysia Technology Exposition, Malaysia Investor Map. We doing the talk about the ESD, SDG. We doing the call proposal for the conference. Okay, that's all about the program. We want that our community knows about the ESD and knows about the SDGs and how it can be implemented. Okay, a lot of school also in Malaysia, we doing the sustainable development goal in the library, okay, in the when we doing the competition and the forum, the activity, the outdoor activity, the program in school, all those programs actually about the SDG, but we don't know actually. So this is a activity. The picture show that the activity, even the school, we doing the SDG and ESD. So for education 2030, SDG for 2030, we need an urgent call for the action. It proposed that our institution position itself as pioneer by implementing education for sustainability within university and also the school. So, furthermore, ESD should be established as a formal research project to generate evidence-based practices, innovative model, and the policy to recommend that the straighten integration into the national education framework. These are our suggestion for the further call for further research action for the ESD program. Okay, so now what should we do? Okay, next slide. What should we do? We want to promoting, so we need to adjourn what we need and we suggest. So we propose our institution, please, okay. So doing the program that involve the ESG program in university or in other school. So what we should do? So as I mentioned, we should practice ESD genuinely in our daily teaching and learning in the classroom. Bring the ESD program in the teaching and learning in classroom. Demonstrate how it can be implemented. When we want to demonstrate, that means that teacher needs to know how to implement ESD. For the researchers, please conduct research, collect the data and provide evidence and highlight our achievement in ASD. Okay, next slide. We need to share through forum, conference, and also the seminars. The showcase best practices through exhibition. We produce teaching and learning material as well as a guideline book to relate the ESD in primary education or secondary education or even the degree universities. We need to establish a award for the best practices in ESD to encourage the kid to integrate the ESD in the classroom and create Facebook or Instagram or whatever media social for ESD for children at home and at school. We promote that through media social. Okay, so we need all of us know about ESD. Okay, so can we implement it and how? Okay, next slide. Yeah, can we implement it and how we want to implement about ESD? Okay, so we must truly understand the concept of ESD. Need to attend training. So teachers need to attend the training if they want to know more about ESD. Must prepare teaching and learning materials. So need to join workshop. Must change attitude. Okay, so change attitude. It's become from the teachers. So teachers need to commit, believe that this will bring benefit for yourself. So ESD can give benefit to the kid. So we need to convince them that we doing the ESD, it will bring the benefit to theirs. Okay, so we need to play the role, the both teacher and also the researchers. Though the main part is here is teachers. Teacher needs to main role for the teachers and researchers and need to collaborate. So we need to collaborate each other if we want to the ESD to be implemented in the school. In fact, actually, you have already, I know here, if you are participants, ladies and gentlemen, if you are teachers here, in fact, you are already been implemented ESD every day in your school, mostly. Okay, because for example, at school, if you are doing the activity like a kid in these pictures, okay, kid in this picture, this is pictures from my kindergarten or National Child Development Research Center in our center. Okay, we're doing the activities such as water boom or spider hunters. This activity actually integrate the ESD. When we play water with the kids, we mention that, okay, please conserve our water because the water is the most important thing in our life. So we mention the kid to keep the water always clean. Okay, so the waste the water. So we actually this part is all about the ESD. Okay, then when we doing the activity like this picture, second picture is about when farming, the kid in the kindergarten, we try to plant the plant, little farmers, okra dark green. Okay, how to we want to our kid how to plant the tree to give. Okay, so what benefit of the tree to our life? So we encourage our kid to plant the tree. Okay, then this activity, okay, Ozimot, their activity we work in group. So we encourage the social interaction between the kid. So if you mentioned, I mentioned about if you know and heard about ESD also integrate, it's not because about to save the energy. It's also about how to the social life need to integrate also the ESD. Okay, so this is activity. Okay, with the kid. Okay, then teachers, how from the waste material. Okay, waste material they change to the something that we use again. Okay, so we conserve our country. Okay, this activity, the teacher shows that the kid how to save the tree, how to save the life. Okay, the picture show that the kid they play around the trees and they happy, work together with their friends. Okay, and another aspect without the school in the school teachers, the commitment and the collaboration of teachers, administrators are very important. That's mean not only teacher. We must only when we want to ASD integrate in the school, we also need the commitment, fully support from the administrator. Admin need to support the teachers. All right. Now, solve the method. Our method for implementing ESD. Okay, actually ESD we can implement while we're doing the reading. Okay, we talk about the religion. Okay, for example, when we're reading, we can reading about how to conserve our energy. When we talk a reading, we can story about our planet. For example, ESD in the religion. For example, we say how we believe to our God. Also, we implement ESD. ESD in science, when we're talking about the science, mathematics, and STEM, also we can implement ESD. In literacy, also can implement about ESD. Each ESD in arts, ESD also can implement in the sport activity, in daily routine, in curricular. ESD also can implement at home and the community. So, how can pedagogical method to teach ESD? Okay, ESD beyond traditional teaching. It should be hand-on, inquiry-driven, interdisciplinary, and rooted in the real-world action. So, like a project-based learning, when we're doing the PBL, students work on the real-life project related for sustainability. For example, in school, recycling or water conservation, encourage problem solving, teamwork, and critical thinking. This is a part about the project-based learning. And another way, we can also using a pedagogy like inquiry-based learning. In inquiry-based learning, students can explore such as how do we reduce plastic waste in community. So it can build the curiosity, build the research skill and evidence-based reasoning. And the experimental learning, hands-on activities such as gardening, eco camps, or energy-saving experiments, students learning by doing and reflecting on their experiences. Another pedagogy method to teach ESD, okay, another is about the collaborative and cooperative learning. We can ask our students to group task the inquireship responsibility. For example, we do the climate awareness and campaign. We can promote empathy, communication, and the teamwork. And for the problem-based learning, we can ask our students, given sustainable related problem and task, to propose solution. For example, we give the task for our student, how can our school become carbon neutral? Okay, so it's about the problem-based learning. We give a problem, then they try to solve the problem. Another part is about the value-based education. We embedded ethics, social justice, cultural respect, and environmental responsibility lesson. So we can encourage students to act with the integrity, the empathy. Okay. And another example is about interdisciplinary or cross-curricular approach. Okay, we also can link ESD team across the subject. For example, when we teach science, okay, we teach science, we also can also can talk ESD in the topic like the climate change and biodiversity. In maths, we can use calculating energy consumption. And in language, for example, how can we integrate the ESD? For example, when we ask our students to writing persuasive essay or sustainability, and for art, when we poster on recycling, for example, this is the how we linkages the ESD team across the subject. In ICT and DGT2, for e-learning platform, we can educational apps or social media campaign. So we can, for example, we're creating Instagram TikTok videos about reducing water waste, for example. So we can use interdisciplinary, use an ICT, then also give a service learning and community engagement. For example, we give a student participate in community-based sustainability initiative. For example, we ask our student to participate like they go to beach cleanup, tree planting, and combine academic learning with a social responsibility. So, starting from the primary school, we ask our students to give their hand to participate in community. Okay, this is an example of ESD topic for primary school. Okay, for example, for the primary school, we can use environmental and sustainability. For example, for the topic of recycling, so we ask our kid to sort waste, love the earth, for example, energy saving. We ask our kid, okay, please switch off the light when do not use it. Okay, water conservation, for the water is life, so we need to clean our water, we need to save water. Okay, so we can the subject through the subject of science, for example, environmental sustainability, we can ask our kid uh, to implement. Okay, so recycling, energy saving, water conservation, we can doing this as a part of activities in class. Okay, start from school, but inshallah, the kid will implement also at their home. So the social and values also, we ask our kid to helping each other, must help their friends, appreciating cultural diversity. We are different, but equally important. We need each other. We're not selfish. Okay, always doing work together. So we encourage them to social and values, personal and community safety. Safe road, safe life, and save everybody. Okay, no justice. Okay, we need justice, and then uh, we need to save our country. For example, it is about the social value. Don't need to do the demonstration that need not can harmful our country. For example, we need to implement the values of each other. For the economic and smart life. Okay, we ask our kid in the topic like saving and reusing. For example, we ask their kid or student for my green saving jars. For example, why spreading, know the difference between needs and what we want. Okay, so we encourage them to wise spending. Okay, so which one is need, which one is we want. Okay, which one is more important, what we need or what we want, for example. So green mini entrepreneurship project, seeing school garden, pro doubly. Okay, and then for the global topic, okay, global topic, we simplify for the children. For example, climate change. Okay, so we ask our student, why is the weather getting hotter? Okay, so it start with the question. For example, we start with the problem. That's why we can integrate this in the problem-based learning. So, plastic pollution, the dangers of plastic in the ocean. Don't we bring the waste material to the river, to the ocean? Why? Okay, for example, the danger of plastic in the ocean can impact our life. And we ask our students, right? Every child have the right to learn. Every child have their own personal life, and the sample activities, we ask our students to do the scrapbook on sustainability living and draw a poster for the Green Dream School. For this is a simple experiment to measure water use, for example. So there's a lot of example for ESD in the topic. This is for just primary school. For the rest, secondary school, there's a lot of example. Okay, so cerita alam. Okay, this is a bahan bacaan interactive, interactive reading for the kid. So we talk about, for example, when we read to the kid about contoh cerita alam. This one is about cerita tentang pokok, cerita tentang semut, cerita tentang buaya. Okay, for example, cerita about the tree, how the plants, about the ants, about the crocodile, about the water, about the land, about the river, okay, about the birds. We talk about the mountain, about the ocean, okay, about the sky, about the stars, okay, about the wind, about the rain, about the cat, okay, and others. So the student reading, okay, student reading, we can talk about EST. Okay, I give one example. This is about the cerita tentang pokok. Okay, So cerita tentang pokok is why we need to save the pokok. Why we need to save our trees, for example. Okay, so it encourage or give a lot of pengetahuan dan pengalaman. So why we need to keep our plants. Okay, perlu jaga. Why pokok so important to okay, why pokok is so important, for example. Okay, so we encourage our kid to feel happy or feel teruja. Okay, perkataannya teruja to kenal pokok-pokok, and student can draw the pictures about the trees, boleh lukis gambar, can spell about the names of the trees, okay, can take pictures about the trees and doing the exhibition about the trees. This just about the trees. So when we talk about the trees, you can show them about, you can open the YouTube about the trees. Okay, so we can story about the kid how to be thankful to the trees. Okay, so the YouTube you can see by yourself. Okay, this only just about the cerita pokok. About the pokok pun kita tak habis nak cerita lagi dah. Banyak cerita-cerita tentang pokok yang kita boleh dapat daripada ni. Why ni pokok? For example, for the Muslim, in surah Ibrahim we also bagi tahu orang yang beriman ibarat pokok yang bermanfaat. Dari sebiji benih kecil menjadi pohon yang besar yang kukuh. Akar yang teguh dan cabangnya menjulang ke langit. Jadi pohon itu memberi buahnya pada setiap musim dengan izin Tuhannya. Allah memberi perumpamaan-perumpamaan ini untuk manusia supaya mereka selalu berfikir. So jika kita lihat dalam Al-Quran, surah Ibrahim pun bercerita tentang pokok. Jadi pokok ini adalah satu makhluk yang sangat memberi manfaat kepada kehidupan. Okey, dalam surah An-Nahl pun ada juga tentang pokok, di mana ceritanya contoh pokok itu daripada hujan itu turun daripada langit, yang sebahagian daripadanya untuk minuman dan sebahagian lagi untuk tumbuhan. Tumbuhan di sini adalah merujuk kepada untuk kegunaan pokok-pokok untuk melepaskan binatang-binatang ternak yang makan padanya. Jadi dalam surah Al-An'am ada diterangkan bahawa hujan dari langit itu adalah untuk membantu tumbuhan mendapat air itu, untuk dari sisinya dia akan bertumbuh, akan mengeluarkan tanaman yang menghijau dan seterusnya akan keluarlah buah-buahan daripada pokok itu. So banyak cerita tentang pokok ini bukan sahaja dalam segi pendidikan kita di sekolah, tetapi juga dalam cerita Al-Quran pun ada ditekankan about the pokok. Okay, cerita pokok juga, okay, it's about the trees in Malaysia. A lot of kids did not know about the pokok. Banyak jenis pokok ya. Actually di Malaysia ini yang kanak-kanak pun tidak tahu. Sebenarnya banyak jenis pokok, okay, banyak jenis bentuk, okay, yang perlu diketahui oleh kita. That one is pokok merbau. This one is a pokok national plants for the Malaysia. We call it pokok merbau. In Malaysia pun also like Indonesia, we have a pokok ketapang, pokok angsana. We have rain trees, and also about pokok tembusu. Okay, this is a pokok along across my campus, pokok tembusu. Okay, this is pokok ipon. So a lot of trees. So now I open for discussion and opinion. And are you willing to involve this project for the EST? So for that, I hope from the example that I gave about EST in education, you all knows how to implement EST and how to integrate EST in your teaching and learning in your classroom or outside your classroom. Okay, with that, thank you very much. And I open if you have any question and if you have any want to discuss. Okay, so that's all from me.
Okay, wow. Thank you very much, Madam Nora Zilawati, for such an insightful presentation. I couldn't agree more with every matter that you have brought the ESD. It shows that education is one of the great avenue to raise and shape awareness about global issues, right? Such as in sustainable development, in social, economic, and environmental areas. And it is indeed important to incorporate or integrate the principles into curriculum through local wisdom and various activities, but not only in the form of principle, but also in the form of actual implementation through active educational policies and practices. That was really insightful, madam. Okay, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I guess it's the time for us to move on to the question and answer session. So, for all the participants, I would like to invite you to type your questions in the chat box Zoom or use the raise hand feature if you would like to ask directly. I will read them out and direct them to our speaker. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please ask some questions? Type them in the chat box or you can raise your hand and I will direct you to the speaker. Okay. Okay. Okay, there is one participant. Ibu Elvin raised her hand. Okay, you may say your question.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, you can. Right. We cannot hear you.
Can everyone hear my voice?
Yeah, it's clear now.
Thank you, Ms. Nora Zilawati, for such a comprehensive presentation, also very detailed. But here I would like to ask any questions. Among the many ESD teaching examples such as recycling, water conversations, and social values, which of these areas should be prioritized in elementary, early childhood, and maybe in non-formal education, so that sustainability values can be most effectively internalized at an early stage? And which pedagogical approach do you see as most aligned with implementing ESD in this context? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Alvin. Okay, so Madam Norazila, would you like to answer directly to the question?
Okay, the question is about okay, as I mentioned about the strategies, how to the most pedagogies, as I mentioned, is we can use inquiry-based learning, project-based learning to implement ESD. But for the ESD, we can also use it as about the transformative learning pedagogy. So we can transformative learning. ESD is not about the knowledge, but change value and mindset also, and also the behavior. The transformative pedagogy help learners to critically, okay, we can reflect a assumption about the new perspective about sustainability. For example, for the key strategies, we can critique reflection activities. Okay, we can be interrelated with the real world problem solving. Okay, we can use the pedagogies like a debate and dialogue on sustainability dilemmas, encourage personal action. So if Alvin asked me which so the most important or which part is the learning pedagogy for me, okay, I prefer the problem-based learning pedagogies. Okay, because as a science, we need to start to the research. Which problem and what we want to change and what the problem we want to solving. So the problem-based learning is the pedagogies that are the most suitable pedagogies. But we can use other methodologies to implement ESD. Okay, clear,
Okay.
Elvin? Okay.
Is the answer clear, Miss Elvin?
Yes, very clear. Thank you, Ms. Nora.
So you can use problem-based learning.
All right. Okay, thank you so much for the response, Madam Norazila. Okay, is there anyone wants to ask another question? Maybe I will give or invite one more participant to ask question due to our time limitation. Okay. All right. I think it's pretty clear and everybody has been enlightened much, madam. Okay, so probably I would raise the question myself, only one question. All right, so what is the biggest challenge in implementing the EDS in real teaching and learning context, I mean in the field, based on your experience or maybe based on your perspective, madam? Thank you very much.
Okay, for my opinion, the biggest challenges in implementing ESD. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
madam, we can hear you.
All right. Okay. For me, the biggest challenges, okay, in implementing EST, the first one is about the lack of awareness and understanding. So, many educators or policymakers, there are even students who are not fully understand what ESD actually. Often mistaken for only environmental education. They talk that ESD is environmental education. As a result, sustainability is treated as extra topic rather than integrate approach in the teaching and learning. Impact of that, ESD is not the prioritized in the curriculum planning. The teachers struggle. Okay, they struggle to how to connect the sustainability into the different subject. How to integrate the science and bahasa, okay, or languages. For example, how to integrate. Student miss the big picture. How was sustainability linked to daily life and global changes? Actually, what when they implement as a routine in school, at home, for example, we ask our kid, do not throw the waste anywhere. Put the rubbish to the dustbin, for example. Actually, there are EST, but we don't know it. So, so we need to know how to integrate. Okay, yeah. For the nowadays, teacher always ask, tell me about the curriculum overload, limited integration. Okay, there are no sufficient time to integrate the ESD, but we need to plan. Actually, there are not a new ESD are already in our classroom activity actually, but we are not aware about it. So if you ask me, Gayatri, what is my biggest challenges is the lack of awareness and understanding about ESD. But I am sure because our target is 2030, right? We have another 5 or 4 years to make sure all our peoples of our community know about ESD.
Right, I couldn't agree more with you, Madam Norazilawati, about that. Okay, thank you so much for the insightful response. Okay, so I'm so sorry for the other participants. I think I wish we could keep going on, but unfortunately our time is insufficient. So hereby I would like to sincerely thank Madam Norazilawati Abdullah for the enlightening talk and prominent insight through the session. And to all the participants for your questions and active engagement. We hope this session has been valuable for us. Please give a big round of applause for Madam Norazilawati Abdullah, everybody. Maybe you can do that virtually using the reaction. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. All right. So please stay connected with us for the upcoming parts of this conference. Until then, thank you very much for attending this session. Now I would like to respectfully give back the time to the Master of Ceremony. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Gayatri.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Norazilawati and Madam Getari. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we will break for lunch and the Zuhur prayer. The conference will back at a 1:45 for the parallel session. Please return on time in main room first Then the conference committee will assign you to a breakout room according to your room allocation. Okay, it's time to break. Enjoy your break and thank you.
Sama ini apa nih betul-betul? Itu di nama ini berapa?
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Yeah. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but
96. Kecil depannya Pak. Ini 3.
Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air.
Dia udah otomatis ya sesuai yang bisa saya Pak. Kita saat ini mereka bisa ya.
I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear I weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Fearless.
Nanti Mbak Cindy yang upload ya. Yang upload ke Google Drive ya. Sama di
Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, 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 won't you let the light shine through? Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, 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 for you. of the sun. To dream, believe in strength, now I'm the only one. Only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules, my life destroyed. A life destroyed. Until I woke awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero?
Iya, masih dengan gesture. Segera. Okay, hello ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again to this Iconsatin 2025. Any announce for the commit, especially for presenters, please join to breakout room regarding your room, please. And then for non-presenters are free to join any room. Sementara untuk Bapak Ibu yang tidak bergabung sebagai presenter, disilahkan untuk memilih. Terima kasih.
So I'm writing an essay on cats.
as the for
Mbak Rifda bisa join di ruang breakout roomnya ya.
Ini untuk join ke roomnya bagaimana gitu, Frimha?
Ya, silakan masuk di ruang breakout room 3 ya, Mbak Rifda. Ya.
Baik, Bu Frimha, terima kasih.
yang dosen ada, tamu undangan ada.
Iya maksudnya yang terpisah. Iya terpisah udah terpisah semua. Sedikit banget kayaknya. Tandon. Air kayaknya. Pak Irfan, ini ya ada yang nggak datang nggak apa-apa kan nggak gitu.
Ya, terima kasih kepada Bapak Ibu semuanya. Thank you for presenter and participant. First Day Iconsatin 2025. Terakhir, Bapak Ibu semuanya, hari ini saya akan menyampaikan terkait dengan submit full paper, di mana untuk submit full paper nanti ada beberapa hal yang ingin saya sampaikan, terutama terkait dengan template yang terjadi perubahan. Bapak Ibu bisa lihat nanti di dalam web terutama. Baik. Baik, Bapak Ibu presenter yang saya hormati, nanti masuk ke dalam web Iconsatin terkait dengan registrasi. Jadi web pertama, halaman utama, masuk pada registrasi, kemudian di laman ini nanti ada dua menu terkait dengan upload full paper dan full paper template. Yang pertama, Bapak Ibu bisa melihat full paper template dahulu. Di sini ada artikel dalam versi Word yang bisa nanti diperbaiki ataupun disesuaikan. Yang satu lagi adalah contoh. Nah, versi terbaru dari template Atlantis Press adalah kalau dulu ada dua kolom yang dipisah untuk menulis artikelnya, kalau sekarang satu kolom. Jadi Bapak Ibu bisa menyesuaikan terkait dengan artikel yang sudah dibuat oleh Bapak Ibu, kemudian disesuaikan ke dalam template yang ada pada Atlantis. Baik. Poin-poinnya mungkin nanti bisa dicek dalam contoh ataupun contoh artikel yang sudah disampaikan di template ini, di web, di artikel atau di drive. Kemudian yang terkait dengan versi Word-nya, nanti di sini Bapak Ibu bisa menyesuaikan. Silahkan diikuti terkait dengan gaya selingkungnya, template-nya, dan sebagainya, sehingga Bapak Ibu bisa mengisinya sesuai dengan penelitian yang sudah ataupun bentuk penelitian yang sudah Bapak Ibu lakukan. Itu terkait dengan template-nya, jadi Bapak Ibu bisa cek di web Iconsatin. Di sana tersedia untuk template dan contoh dari artikel yang sudah dibuat. Untuk update upload full paper, nanti Bapak Ibu bisa mengisi terkait dengan isian form yang Bapak Ibu nanti akan diminta untuk mengisi targetnya ataupun target penyelesaian ini sesuai dengan timeline yang sudah ada pada web Iconsatin, yaitu di tanggal, kalau tidak salah, seminggu dari hari ini gitu ya untuk timelinenya. Jadi di information date ini Bapak Ibu bisa dicek. Kita berada pada tanggal 278 sampai hari besok kita masih menyelesaikan eh, kegiatan seminar. Kemudian tadi sampaikan sudah ada informasi terkait dengan pengumuman best presenter. Kemudian juga terkait dengan link link sertifikat ya untuk presenter dan partisipan. Full paper akan disampaikan untuk disubmit gitu ya tanggal 7 Oktober. Jadi Bapak Ibu nanti diharapkan bisa submit secara tepat waktu dan notification of full paper accepted for publication akan disampaikan di 15 Oktober. Kemudian nanti ketika upload Bapak Ibu mohon diperhatikan isian-isiannya terkait dengan pilihan topik, kemudian juga tujuan publikasi. Bapak Ibu kalau tujuannya Atlantis Press itu berarti mengikuti terkait dengan template tadi dan menggunakan bahasa Inggris. Bila mana akan menuju pada unit proceeding yang nasional, jadi yang unit proceeding ini yang nasional ya. Jadi ini nanti unit proceeding hanya dalam versi bahasa Indonesia saja. Template-nya bagaimana? Template-nya sama dengan Atlantis Press tapi dalam versi bahasa Indonesia. Itu silahkan Bapak Ibu kalau bertujuan ingin publikasinya di unit proceeding. Tapi harapannya teman Bapak Ibu yang kemarin sudah Atlantis mungkin bisa terkait dengan template dan sebagainya, kemudian juga terkait dengan tujuan publikasi nanti bisa dipilih terkait dengan tujuan publikasinya. Kemudian nanti ada upload Turnitin, Bapak Ibu silahkan bisa lakukan Turnitin secara mandiri, kemudian upload hasil Turnitinnya, dan kemudian upload full papernya. Setelah diupload, Bapak Ibu, kami akan mereview hasil dari upload Bapak Ibu. Setelah di-review, kami akan menyampaikan LOA-nya. Jadi nanti Bapak Ibu setelah kami berikan LOA, maka nanti ada tagihan invoice yang akan diberikan kepada Bapak Ibu sesuai dengan tujuan publikasinya. Bila mana sudah tagihan itu sudah dipenuhi, maka nanti Bapak Ibu menunggu gitu ya informasi di grup presenter ataupun nanti dengan Japri dan sebagainya untuk dipublikasikan pada Atlantis Press. Ya, begitu mungkin Bapak Ibu terkait dengan informasi akhir untuk submit wallpaper terkait dengan Atlantis Press dan unit proceeding. Baik, bila mana ada pertanyaan, dipersilahkan. Bila mana cukup, kita akan akhiri di pertemuan pertama ini. Selamat menulis ya Bapak, selamat menyelesaikan artikelnya dan kita akan bertemu lagi di hari kedua, di esok hari dengan masih ada dua narasumber, yang pertama dari Australia dan satu dari Undiksa Ganesha Bali. Oke, demikian yang dapat saya sampaikan. Terima kasih. Thank you for participation dan selamat bertemu lagi. Sampai jumpa di hari besok. Oke. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.